historical, narrative inquiry, action research, grounded theory. And I'll spend some time on explaining each one of them now. So, phenomenology. What is phenomenology? I'll take the most difficult one first, in a sense. Phenomenology, by the name, is called your understanding of phenomena, the logic of a phenomena. That's fundamental explanation of it, right? It's used to describe the lived experience of individuals. So, how do we kind of tell the stories of other people? That's what phenomenology is all about. So, the researcher asks the question, what is this experience like? What does this experience mean? How does this lived experience present itself to the participant? And this is very much when you are kind of really engaging with ideas such as spiritual tourism, religious tourism, or adventure-based tourism, where there's a lot of sensory engagement of the tourist, right? Experience may involve perception, memory, imagination. So a lot of nostalgia comes into play when you're describing phenomenology. Generally involves a small sample of participants because you're really getting into the richness of what people are saying, right? And there are different methods that you can really use in phenomenology. One of them is participant observation. Often these are not mutually exclusive. They work together. So you do participant observation plus in-depth interviews. And a lot of open-ended questions you can ask because you're asking for opinions, you're asking for memories, you're asking for connections. So you can use a lot of open-ended questions in that. Sometimes reflective diaries and journals are also used as very good sources. So it's a powerful way to understand subjective experience. Right? So that's phenomenology for you. Then there's something called grounded theories. A lot of people get grounded because of grounded theory. That was pun. The grounded theory basically means you are trying to develop theories simultaneous to your data collection, right? So you're collecting data, you're looking at the data and saying, oh, there are certain concepts coming in. And then you group these concepts and then again try to bring it together and say, actually, I'm coming up with a new theory. So that's the theory development. It's probably, I would say, one of the most advanced ways of working in qualitative research. Right? It basically facilitates new construction of theory. How do we do it? Examination of a lot of documentation, interviews, observation, very, very thing. Uh, this is very useful methodology when researchers are explaining a process, not to test an existing theory, not to say whether Cohen's typology of tourist applies to all the tourists in Goa. That's a straightforward answer. That's not what grounded theory is all about. So you're using a theory, you're then looking at data and then questioning the theory again. You're putting more data, you're kind of explaining some of the newness of the theory, and then that way you're kind of giving a reconstructed theory. So that's grounded theory, right? Ethnography. Now, this is very, very uh, popular in humanities and social sciences field, particularly if you're doing anthropology or some of that work, then ethnography is a very, very powerful way to do it. Right? It's study of culture. Fundamentally, it's study of culture, but study of culture by situating yourself in that culture. So that basically allows you to explore questions related to your user group or your study sample or your universe. Now here you're not talking about, you're observing only 100 people or 200 people. Here you're saying, I'm actually observing the setting itself. Maybe it's a village, maybe it's a town, maybe it's a whole range of, let's say, mountainous communities. Maybe it is, let's say, people living on a beach side or, communities living. You go there and you situate yourself in there. That's very important. And then you find out that it's actually because of the setting that people are behaving in certain manner. So setting has a very, very strong influence on how people engage with each other, with tourism, with whatever. So ethnography is very rich, detailed data collection. So this is closest you can get to what the actual site is all about, or actual context is all about, right? So you will find that this kind of ethnography method has led to some of the best work in literature everywhere. I'm not sure how it works, how much it works in India, but if you look at 1980s and 90s, there are a lot of American and European scholars who came and visited India and stayed in India for a year, 2 years, 3 years, and then wrote those wonderful books that we constantly keep referring to. For example, Diana X, work on sacred geography of India, or Banaras, or Sandra Freitag, or Anne Gold's Fruitful Journeys in Rajasthan. So some of these become very iconic works. So ethnography really provides a very strong foundation to work with. Then the historical methodologies that you could use in tourism research as well. Looking at the past to inform the future. It's very simple. You look at the historical narrative, how things have happened in the past. Because one thing we have to remember, see, nothing in this world, and I'm getting a little philosophical here because I'm doing qualitative research. Nothing is in this world is new in the sense of new. It is some fragments from the past that are continuing and that are transforming. So, in a way, it is kind of really repeating many times what has happened in the past, but in a new manifestation. So, therefore, historical research can really help a lot more than we can even anticipate. So, what it includes is describing and examining past events to better understand what is our present. I have done much of my work kind of belongs to this historical geography category, and I'll show some of it later on. Even places like Ayodhya or Banaras now that we talk about, the whole tourism corridor development, you have to go back into the historical reasons or historical ways of understanding those places if you really want to understand how tourism is impacting those places, right? So it basically needs, with historical methodologies, you need to identify a need that requires a historical investigation. Now, everything can be done through digging through history, but not everything is required, or not every study has to be historical in purpose, right? So, and this is particularly important when you're piecing together a history where there are no people living from that era to tell that story. So we are kind of building on what is already published knowledge. So a lot of, sorry. So the methods to collect this information or collect this data is documents, oral recordings, interviews, archival material. For example, in my work, I have used quite extensively what we call Peshwa Daftar. So, 17th, 18th century records of how the Maratha ministers were managing affairs. Now, that's very important for me because the influence on sacred sites on that time tourism was really very, very significant. So historical, again, is a very time intensive methodology, but it gives you an absolutely wonderful, unobstructive method to cover a wide range of sources. Uh, when I was doing my PhD many moons ago, I used to rely a lot on Jadunath Sarkar, for example, or Irfan Habib for his history of Mughal Empire, or Jadunath Sarkar for the colonial uh, pieces of information. Now we come to what is called narrative inquiry. So, narrative inquiry is becoming very, very prominent now because what we are saying, even in tourism, is people have to reveal their own stories, right? Because we've seen a lot of economic development, but many times that economic development can really have very detrimental impact on community values, for example. Bali is a classic case. Venice, Barcelona, over tourism is a very big thing. But in all of this, some of the cultural groups, even in India, if you look at Kulu Valley in Himachal, we have seen some of the examples where the local communities feel completely overshadowed by this whole tourism turn. So, how do marginalized people provide their voice? And narrative inquiry is a very, very good way of kind of bringing life to those voices. So again, this is a very time intensive. It is generally recorded as a biography or a life history or oral histories. It generally works with a smaller group of people because you're documenting almost their history, their lived history. Right? Typical methods, we can always record oral history, and there are lots of fantastic transcribing that can be done with that. Sometimes when you have a very large elderly population, you can do focus group, but it really gives a detail of a situation or life experience which is not recorded elsewhere. It's not recorded as a part of history book, but it is at the verge of getting extinct or something. So in those areas, narrative inquiry really can shape up very powerful tourism narratives. Right? Uh, I guess one of the best places to do something like this will be Andaman Nicobar Islands, because they're now going through rapid change because of tourism. So I'm just giving you kind of hints in between. Then we come into what is called action research. And this kind of research has been championed primarily through grant agencies in the past, where there were big development grants that were talking about, yes, we want to work with these communities. For example, we want to provide uh, good quality education or good quality health, but we just don't want to research them. We actually want to empower them. So, therefore, how we connect with them is really important. So, action research methodology, as the name suggests, is action oriented. So, in this, participants are not simply observers or participants, they're actually involved in the research. So, they can work as collaborators with the researchers. So, you take your questionnaire, for example, to them and say, we want to understand this. They come back and say, well, actually, you're missing these points, or you're overemphasizing these are not relevant for us. Let's do it together. That kind of work. So, a lot of focus group and workshopping is the primary feature of an action research. Sometimes we also use tangible visuals to tell people this is what we think about. Um, this is quite relevant and quite prominent in environmental research. For example, you're working with communities in forests. Um, the community's dependence on forest and probably tourism in national parks. This is a fantastic area to work on action research. So again, it kind of helps to improve lives of people by doing research with them. That's the fundamental thing, and it helps to transform social reality. So at the end of the project, and these are again long-term projects, 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, you're saying, oh, we've actually empowered this community to do X, Y, Z. In case of tourism, it could be developing a handicraft selling system where that allows them to sustain their livelihoods. I come to the most simpler ones, which is case study. Many of you who have written papers will always say this research uses case study approach. And probably you all know that very well. It's basically an in-depth description of an experience of entire community, right down to the level of a single person. In medical histories, for example, even single persons are very well regarded as a case example. It's essentially a qualitative case study where you're trying to bring out a specific issue, but then you're connecting it with a number of other parameters around it, right? So the beautiful ability to explore and describe in depth. That's the key word. Again, observations, interviews, documents, surveys, questionnaires, all of them combine to triangulate the data that you're looking at, because qualitative data can often be subjective. So how do you triangulate that data? And therefore, different methods are really very helpful. Then field research, almost like case studies, but here you're kind of really going inside the field and you're trying to understand by looking at social behavior of people. You're looking at everyday life, your habits, events, rituals. It's basically trying to tell you, if you go into the field, you will understand why certain behavioral patterns are observed. So your field research then really brings in a lot more information. You're kind of going with some guided questions, for example, but these are unstructured interviews. You're kind of, talking to the chai wala at the corner, you're talking to the paper wala at the other place, you're talking to two new visitors. You're kind of building up a whole story. You're almost kind of creating a canvas using your field research. Right. Okay, I'm going to pause here for a minute and get any questions if you have. Okay. Any quick questions?
Niharika Singh has a question, sir. Dr. Niharika.
So you can take down on Dr. Niharika, you can put it in the chat box, and from there we can pick it up.
SD modeling. Sorry, explain that to me. SD modeling, I've never come across SD.
Maybe you can just put it in the chat box, yeah?
Can you write it in detail? Then he can.
Yes, system dynamics modeling.
I'm so sorry.
So I had one query, like when we are doing qualitative research, and we do not know because there are many sample size estimators in quantitative research, whereas in qualitative research we do not have any sample size estimators. So what is the point where we stop in this is the sample size which we are going for in qualitative research?
Later on, but it comes to what we call data saturation. So when is where is the point, like a tipping point, where you think you're not getting any additional new data? So even same people are like 5 people are saying the same thing, the sixth one is going to be saying the same. So that's where you kind of say and say, no, thank you. I've understood what I want. Right. So I'll cover more of that data saturation later on when we talk of data collection and all of that stuff, data analysis, right? Okay.
Any other questions, please?
Okay.
So Dr. Niharika Singh has a question.
You can pick up the question from there. Yeah? You can just ask.
So in phenomenology research, the main problem occur while justifying and concluding it, as it does not include any tools, just like quantitative. So can you tell us how to resolve it? Yes, in phenomenology, once you explain the phenomena, that is the conclusion. Simple. You don't need to go and say, this was my hypothesis and I have proven that hypothesis. No, that's not how it works. In phenomenology, you set up yourself with a question, which you're going to say that I'm going to answer this through phenomenology research. And then you say, this is how I've done my research design. This is how I am doing my research. I'm going to go into this field and I'm going to talk to these many people. This is what I have come out. This is what they are explaining. This is how they are explaining the phenomena to me. And I'm reporting that back to the wider audience, to the scholarship. And that is it. So for that, someone who's interested in phenomenology will only read that paper, right? So they will understand what you're saying. Anyone who's working with quantitative research will anyways not understand the phenomenology unless they are genuinely interested in what that finding is. So if you're going to buy apples, nobody's going to come and say, why did you give me oranges, kind of thing. It's apple and oranges thing. So if you go remain faithful to phenomenology, saying I'm examining a phenomena here, I'm explaining the phenomena here, this is how I explained it based on talking to so many people who are directly us participating in this phenomena. I have told their story, and that's where you stop, right? Then you don't need to go and tell, I could have interviewed 20 people or 30 people because any matter of more information is not going to add quality to that explanation of your phenomena, right? It could be just two more people from a response point of view, but they do not fundamentally change what you have already explained. Okay. I can touch more on to this as we progress. Okay. Thank you for those two questions. If any other question, keep putting it in the chat box and I will respond to it. Okay.
Like this, what sir, this what Ms. Shilpi is saying is system dynamic modeling, basically trying to explain the phenomena. So this comes under phenomenology only, right, sir? That how tourism system has evolved over the period of time.
No, no. This is more of a historical research, if you want, or
Historical research,
background development, right? So, grounded theory, in a way, see, grounded theory can be done, applied to anything. Okay. Because you have to understand it's a methodology. You can use the grounded theory in tourism, you can use grounded theory in industrial sector, you can use grounded theory in any other sector. The idea is you're going to the field and getting information from that field, and then sharpening your theory again and saying, questioning, saying, the theory said this, but my data is saying something else. So I need to include new parameters into my equation or theoretical modeling. That's what grounded theory is all about. So it's theory that is grounded in data. It is not a concept anymore. It's a concept that has been reformed, reshaped, reformulated using data. It is not empirical evidence. See the difference. Empirical evidence, when we say, is saying, let's say, Plogg's theory of three types of tourists. You go do a survey of 200 people and say these are allocentric, this. That's only empirical data of attesting to a theory. Whereas in grounded theory, you're going and saying, actually, I did not find anything that resembles anything to what Plog is saying. There is another fourth category that's coming out here. And I need to now explain that fourth category. So you go back and then you take another concept from sociology or somewhere else and then say, now I'm going to test this. And does it give me enough understanding? Right? So that's what grounded theory is.
So I had a small query on this. When we are going for this qualitative research, so at the end, we come up with some assumptions or which can be developed in the form of hypothesis later on.
Okay, that's a very big question. I have to answer that at the end, Vivek, because it's a very big question. I get asked this all the time. Is hypothesis necessary in qualitative research?
Qualitative research, yeah.
My simple answer to that is no.
Okay.
Right? Because, okay, I'll give part answer now. Because hypothesis is basically saying, I hypothesize this. So you're putting the researcher beforehand and saying, you're determining that this will happen. Okay? And then you're putting all your energy and resources to explain how this is going to happen or not happen. Two possibilities. In qualitative research, you're going in the field and saying, I actually don't know what's going on here. I want to explain what's going on here. So there is a lot of variability that is going to come. With hypothesis, you cannot answer that variability. That is the reason why we say do not combine these two. It will create too much of pressure and conceptual problem. Right? Because hypothesis, you're either going to prove it or disapprove it. Only two possibilities. Null hypothesis or approved hypothesis. In qualitative, you're relying on the field to give you what you're actually exploring. And therefore, it's very, very intense in that sense. Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Let's move. Shall I move on?
Yeah, yes, please, sir.
Okay, again, this is going to be, this is where it gets very difficult. Okay, I want you to very quickly do a couple of minutes of exercise. Can you think of the limitation of each methodology? Use the chat function, select any methodology that you're looking at, and can you think of limitations? Because what I've shown you is all the strengths of the methodology. So I've shown you about 9 odd methodologies. Can you think about use keywords if you want, and use chat function. So we talked about, let me just put that up for you. Case studies, field research, ethnography, historical, narrative, action, phenomenology, grounded theory. And you just had a good example right now with the previous two questions on grounded theory and phenomenology, that they are not absolute in that sense. So no methodology is ever absolute. What is it that you are going to use? So give me one limitation of each of them, if you can. Okay, I've already got one. Thank you. All right. Relying on people's responses. Thanks, Niharika. Other people, I'm waiting. I'll wait for a couple of minutes for people to respond, and then I'll move forward. Not getting another response.
Participants, you can just put it
Anything?
in the chat box, the limitations. Such an interesting
Definitely.
area to explore.
Yeah. Limited to response inside, time consuming process. Excellent. Yeah. Very good. Very good. Generalized results from different destinations. Correct. Very good. All right. In the interest of time, let's move on. Validation is difficult. Thank you. Difficult in data interpretation. Correct. Okay. All right. Good. Okay. Let me share some of the limitations. There are lots of limitations, in fact. And this is a compilation of those. So, for example, again, I think all of you are right. They're all very time consuming, labor intensive, and it can generate very large amount of data. Unlike your questionnaires, because with questionnaires or not, I shouldn't say with quantitative methods, you know exactly what parameters you're measuring, you know where you can stop it, you know where you can control it. So in this case, there is a lot of challenge when it comes to qualitative data. Uh, Again, there are biases. It cannot be broad. But if you combine some of these together, then you can actually get what no other research can provide you with. And that's the beauty of qualitative research, right? Ethnography, for example, the biggest limitation is lack of rapport building. So, you can't just go into a committee and say, I want to do ethnographic studies. No, why would people like you? So you have to kind of really build that kind of a cooperation rapport. It takes a long time, it takes cost. And that is why some of the best research, as I said, comes from Western countries because they fund that kind of research. They fund you to do 1 year's research in certain communities, and then the richness of data, all of that really works. But problems are plenty. Historical, if you do look at the methodology properly, there could be biased information. Also, it depends on what is presently available from that information. Many of our resources are very difficult to find. For example, when I was working on Vrindavan, some of my resource references I wanted on colonial impacts, I actually had to approach the India Library in London to get some of those manuscripts. So historical data can be quite challenging. Action research sometimes can be very problematic because people would have unfair expectations. Grounded theory generally is very difficult. It can't help you with testing hypothesis, as I already mentioned. It's not useful for application of received theory. So, you're kind of constantly contradicting yourself in that. So a lot of subjective judgment comes into play. So quality means subjectivity. So that, having said that, I'll show you how different kinds of data are collected. So these are some of my younger versions. So I tend to use my own research for illustration. Some of you who know me probably will know that's the way I do it. So how do we collect data? By focus group. So on the left, on the right corner, on the top, this is a small group of participants that I have worked with in my work on Wari pilgrimage, which is a very big one. You can find a lot of it publications and observations. This on the right hand corner is my favorite picture from Vrindavan. It's Yamuna, where I participate in the uh, Yamuna Nadi Puja. That's Yamuna Puja. Then there are surveys and questionnaires where you kind of work with different kinds of people and then interview yourself. Quickly go through each one of them. What are the kind of main features of each of these data collections? So focus group is when you talk to people in a certain specific setting. Now, this is really important. How do you define a group? Right? That group has to have some shared characteristics. Without that, it's very hard to follow because otherwise it can easily go into what we call a gossip session. So typically we say 4 to 10 participants, and anything beyond typically 1.5 hours or 2 hours is good enough. You need to have a facilitator, almost like a moderator, who will then kind of guide that whole discussion through open-ended questions. It's not like your TV panels, okay? TV groups, people who come on TV and give media interviews, they're hopeless people. They don't really get into a good discussion ever in focus group. They're just fighting. If you want to collect good data, you need to guide that conversation, right? And that data that you get is always very different from what you would have gotten otherwise in a one-to-one interview, right? And therefore, it really gives a good insight into how the group is thinking, how the community is thinking. So it could be based on shared beliefs, shared values, shared knowledge, shared ideas, and it kind of has its own strengths in terms of, it can really encourage participation from marginalized groups. Often, for example, elderly people, we don't talk to them much because we think they've got something. But if you talk to 4 or 5 elderly people together, it becomes easier for them to voice. Similarly, in many cases, gender is a big challenge. In India, we still cannot penetrate into other areas, in many areas where women are allowed to talk freely. And if you get into a good focus group, then you might have a better chance of getting some of that information. So focus group is a very good way to do it. And then, of course, observation is basically asking the question, what's going on? And am I able to make sense of it? Right? So this is a method that I have used most extensively in my research is direct and indirect observation. So direct is when you're actually sitting there looking at things, and yet you're not swayed by the emotions. You're kind of detached. You're taking a field diary and you're making notes of every single thing that's going on there, right? And then the indirect observation, this comes in very handy when you're looking at different stakeholders and how they are kind of processing ideas with each other. It has got very good strengths. It really allows you to get into the context. So I can still, for example, recollect how a certain conversation happened or how a certain event was happening when I was doing research. So, for example, I've done research in no number of places, but I'm sitting in a certain ritual. I know exactly what was happening and it'll be embedded in my mind. Right? So, what it does is it really can help provide information that was not known to other researchers because of your own unique position as an observer, right? And also helps in data collection, data interpretation many times, because sometimes you make notes and you forget what was it sitting like and understanding what was going on there. So, for example, in a tourism context, let's say you've gone to a New Year party, right? Now you want to talk about research on events, tourism events. Now, 31st New Year party is a very big event. Now, if you're actually standing there and looking at who the main kind of guests are, what kind of security arrangements are there, and then it's easy for you to then at a later stage think about what went wrong. Why was there so much of charged up atmosphere? And what safeguards do we need to bring in to make that tourism event really economically beneficial? Or we might end up with brawl and destruction to the venue or damage to the venue. So how do you really understand economics of that place? If you've been there, then you can really recollect all this information, right? Documents, historical research requires documents. That's a very, very powerful way. I have looked at lots of stuff dating back to 16th century and 17th century and 19th century. Again, these are very powerful documents. Why? Because they tell us a lot about history, and you don't need to definitely only find them in libraries. They could be in people's houses. For example, I had some very good data, vernacular, when I was working in Vrindavan. Many of you know my work has been on quite widely published on Vrindavan, but also in Turzapur, Pandharpur, where I actually had the pilgrim priests keeping records of 7 generations. When we say, when you go to a pilgrim town or temple town, they say, oh, your great grandfather came to me. I actually saw some of those manuscripts, right? Not of my grandfather, though. But they keep records, and they're very useful records because they would give a lot of information. Another big one, I would say, that has helped some of my research is medical records of disease patterns, because in the past, pilgrimage, when people went to pilgrim towns or temple towns, that's where they caught contagious diseases. And to contain that, the British administrators brought in a lot of medicine. So you will see a lot of medical journals from the early 20th century documenting a lot of pilgrim movement. Now, as a typical tourist researcher, you will never look at it because you think that, oh, what's that? But that was the form of tourism then, and that kind of talked about disease and tourism in different ways. So, anyways, so that documents can provide valuable information. We have got unsolicited documents and solicited. So sometimes people are using documents through a certain mechanism, or they are providing you with document, and then documents from archives because they are registered documents. You can look at those documents, but it doesn't really allow you to do too much with it besides providing factual information. So you cannot react to that document. It is a proof of history, right? So it becomes sometimes quite challenging to work with that. It can also throw up a lot of questions to you. Very standard ways of collecting information: surveys and questionnaires. You all probably are aware of questionnaires and surveys, face-to-face, telephone, online, all of that. Probably I don't need to really spend much time onto this. But some of my work has essentially built on open-ended questions. Very long answers where kind of, you're letting people talk, but it means you have to spend a lot of time decode that stuff, right? Surveys, we need to rerun many times. Just last year, I finished a project on religious tourism economy. We did a survey about 200 visitors, but before that, we did a pilot with 15, and we saw, oh, probably these 3-4 questions are not really giving us the information that we require. So we changed that again, use some of the proxy methods. Sometimes we are also looking at whether I'm going to administer it on site or at how I'm going to administer it. So that can also define how you collect that data. Okay. Interviews, very, very powerful way. Again, it kind of really is very conversational style, and it allows you to kind of really dig out a lot more. I'm reminded of one of the best PhDs I've ever read. It was from a New Zealand researcher, and it looked at only 7 interviews. And I know people will ask me, so what is the sample size? I'm giving you this example. It was only 7 people who this researcher had interviewed, but she had interviewed them over 3 years, once before their expedition to Everest, once after their expedition to Everest, because she was trying to understand how they feel about going on these dangerous expeditions. So it's kind of almost stretching tourism to the limit, in spite of the ages and all of that, right? And that was the whole PhD with 7 interviews. But they were such wonderful interviews, because one of the interviews, for example, I remember went on from a morning tea almost to the dinner time. So that's the kind of really qualitative stuff that is coming out of it. Anyways, in India, I can imagine that that could be a bit of a challenge. We've got different things. Okay, I'm going to stop here again and ask you if you've got any questions, and then we move forward.
Sir, I am having one question. Sir, regarding the observation which you have said, I want to ask something about that. For example, in China, if we talk about culture, okay, they bow and they offer tea. If we talk about the culture, okay. So here we say namaste. So as we are seeing the culture there, and we are writing the notes upon the how the culture is being interpreted. So in that, on that basis, we are assuming some results. So will that result be valid with the research which we are implicating upon? I have that.
I'm not able to understand your question, Subhashri. You'll need to be a little more clearer.
Yes, sir. I wanted to ask that the culture which we are seeing and which we are writing in the as we are observing it, and we are writing on the same perceptions which we are seeing, observation in aspect. So in that, as we are making the results, so on that basis we are not getting any scientific based thing. We are have just seen and we are interpreting the results in that way. So will it be I want to ask, will it be valid with the results and observation how we are?
Absolutely. But what you need to do this, and this is the beauty of qualitative research. Now, you've observed one gesture of people bowing down while offering tea. That is one gesture, it's one ritual. But that ritual cannot be separated from the context in which it is happening, right? So, therefore, the context building is important first. And in that context building, then you say, in Chinese culture, bowing down and offering tea is welcoming or seen as a sign of goodwill, which is very similar to what Indians would do when they would bow down with two hands folded. So that's how you kind of make comparisons.
Okay.
But for that, it is not an independent, isolated event. See, that is where you need to kind of bring it down back to the context building. So in qualitative research, that's really important.
Okay,
Right?
sir.
So then you'll have to say, where did you observe this ritual? Was it in a temple, or was it in a shopping mall, or was it in a university, or what was the setting? And who was performing it? So unless you explain that, just that mere gesture of bowing down will have little relevance.
Understood, sir. Understood.
Okay.
Baba,
Sir,
sir.
I have one question. Like nowadays in this digital world, like a lot of data is available online through on social media platforms or like review platforms, service aggregator platforms, or the websites of the different business organizations. Now the term ethnography is used like instead of like ethnography, and like more and more research are coming on based on the ethnography. So what's your thought on this like ethnography researches is it like a valid research or whatever the outputs we are getting from the already available data on the like public domain? So like is it a valid research? That is my question. Or can we go with this kind of research?
Ethnography is now becoming a very, very powerful methodology. The thing that you have to remember is what is the question you are asking.
Okay.
So depending on that ethnography, so for example, uh, there's a good amount of literature that's coming on TripAdvisor reviews. So people are using TripAdvisor reviews as a source of information from to assess number of things, right? Now, if you're looking at only a snapshot version, then ethnography is good because you're looking at, let's say, this 3 months data or 3 months reviews. But if you're looking at long-term impacts or looking at something that has happened over longer periods, then ethnography is not very useful because that data has already been substituted
Okay.
in the past. Or else you talk about, let's say, how do people feel about Taj Mahal, for example? Um, and then you go back 5 years and then you look at the data now and you say, oh, there have been some improvements that have been made at Taj Mahal because of, you have battery operated car and all of that. In that case, you can use uh, TripAdvisor reviews from 5 years ago and TripAdvisor reviews from now, and then select what parts you want. So there's a whole system of research that you can do. So there's nothing wrong with it. It depends on what question you're asking and how you want to answer it. So it comes down to research design.
Okay, sir. So one more question related to it, like if I'm trying to analyze the travel blogs written on a particular aspect, like is it a valid source of information that can be analyzed for a qualitative research?
Okay, absolutely. I've used that in some of my work on Buddhist heritage because there are lots of these Buddhist teachers and Buddhist preachers from Singapore, from America, from Europe who are kind of going on to the 8 sites pilgrimage of Buddha, and they have certain kind of emotions that are coming through it. So that we analyze through what we call content analysis.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions in chat window?
Sir, there's one query. Like when we are going for this thematic analysis, can it be done manually, or we have to take the support of some instrument like some tools on NVivo or Because we have read Brown and Clark, because they have done it thematically and then done it manually also. So is it mandatory to go with a software?
Not mandatory. I mean, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, who was doing NVivo? No one.
Right.
It's kind of a new tool that has come in to help you. So it's almost kind of like coding in your quantitative survey, right? So you're kind of doing themes developed based on certain coding, certain notion of coding, and you have to explain that coding. Uh, doesn't bother me much, and doesn't bother as far as you're actually able to reproduce good quality findings, right? So you do it with NVivo or you don't do it with NVivo, doesn't matter. NVivo just gives you the sense of you've done it scientifically and you've eliminated your subjective biases. Right? That's what NVivo does. Okay. If we are performing longitudinal study, wouldn't it be challenging when we talk to the same people over time and keeping track into them over a period of time is challenging. So how to simplify it? Yes, it is a challenge. But longitudinal study again depends on what time frame you're looking at. So sometimes you're interviewing people at a certain point, and then you might get a travel grant to do some more work, or you are interested, go back after 5 years, try finding the same people, do it, excellent. You don't do it, that's perfectly fine. You then have to say and recognize the fact that things have changed. So it is okay, right? As the current tourism scenario is no industry, its impact are vast, so it's act like a complex system. So what is the appropriate methodology to examine? Okay. Okay, appropriate methodology, Shilpi, I'm so sorry, I cannot give you answer for that because my appropriate methodology may not be your appropriate methodology. It depends on what your research subject is, what your research topic is. So based on your research topic, you can then start thinking about what methods you should use. We can have a conversation about this offline. Okay. Okay, Shrishta, sir, since you mentioned NVivo, I had a query. Can narrative analysis be done using NVivo or is it only for thematic? No, NVivo is basically a system in which you put your data, qualitative data, and then you can use it for any numbers of things. Okay, so I'll show you some of that stuff now. Right? Okay, let's move on. Okay, where do we have? Okay, again, very quick, if you can put in the chat window, what are the limitations you can think about for each method in a minute or so. If you can think about, we talked about questionnaire surveys, we talked about visitor, we talked about participant observation, a lot of that stuff. If not, I'll probably just show you what it is. So essentially, there are lots of limitations. At the end of this session, you guys are going to ask me, if there are so many limitations, why do we want to use qualitative data? And I'll tell you, in spite of all its limitations, it is one of the best ways that you can actually understand society and understand tourism. Right. Okay, limitations, focus groups. Sometimes you can have what we call the group mentality, the herd mentality. Some people will dominate, others will not. So how can the researcher navigate that complexity is the skill of the researcher. Observation, not all phenomena can be observed. Sometimes you get very emotional with it. You kind of really get entangled into it. How do you remove yourself out? Again, a skill. Documents are secondhand data. They are not the primary data in a sense. Sometimes if they're in a different language, it's very hard to get translation. Surveys, you all know, they can be leading questions, they can be misleading questions, they could have lots of incompleteness. Sometimes, even if someone doesn't answer one question, you can't really generalize. Interviews sometimes are very problematic. Not all participants are equally articulate. You have to ask the same question probably 3 different times, 3 different ways to get a real answer. So there are lots of challenges. Here I come to your favorite topic, which is sampling. How do we understand who should we recruit or who should we talk to? So sampling is basically allowing you to, it's a systematic, it's a science of how you choose a population for your research, right? So it's based on number of factors. Most importantly, time, because qualitative research means you have to spend a lot of time, resources, and difficulty. Many times you also have challenges of accessing your research population. For example, if you want to do tourism impacts in Kulu Valley, you want to go and meet up with the mountainous communities, the Himachalis up there. People may not talk to you. People may do a number of things. So anyway, so we've got two big broad categories: non-probability sampling and probability or randomized sampling, something that quantitative people will understand very quickly. Non-probability is basically you're saying it's not randomized. You know that there will be some members that will have a higher chance of being selected than the other. So purposive, when you know my purpose is very clear. So for example, in tourism research, I do a lot of stakeholder analysis. So in that, the purpose is very clear. Anyone who has a stake in tourism is the person that I'm going to speak to. Snowball, we use a lot on field. You go and meet with someone, we say, do you know someone else who will be very interested in this kind of research? Okay, can you give me their contact? That's snowball. Then there's something called quota and convenience. Probability randomized sampling is very, very complex in qualitative research. I would generally not kind of really go in with a randomized sampling, because you don't know whether they'll be able to give you that information or the quality of information that you're looking for, right? So how do you do qualitative data analysis? Again, it's a process. Now, remember, you can't go from qualitative data collection to quantitative data analysis. That's not possible. Orange cannot suddenly become an apple. Okay, an orange has to be cherished as an orange. So orange will lead to orange juice. Apple will lead to apple juice. Don't expect apple juice out of orange. Very simple, right? So qualitative data analysis is a process through which qualitative data can be understood and represented. So generally non-numerical, unstructured. So a lot of citation, quotations, and all of that stuff we use. There are typically 5 steps: gathering and collecting your data, organizing and connecting into your qualitative data, coding, analyzing the quality data for it. And again, I've given you this ethnography. Baba was asking me, so qualitative analysis of tourist experience and TripAdvisor. So some of the examples I'm giving you. This is one method that you use, content analysis, where basically you're kind of looking at if there is a pattern that's emerging from the text by grouping content into words, concept, themes. There are thematic analysis. There's a whole range of stuff that we can use. There is systematic step to each one of them. And for that, Vivek, you need to call me again probably, because I can't cover everything today, but I'll give you a sample of what each of them looks like. So basically steps are, you decide the level of analysis. Where do you want to start? You want to see how many times the word, for example, we use things like tourism and climate change, right? In your answers, responses, how many times people are using word climate change? That's a phrase. Then you start to distill out some of this. So this is where NVivo is very helpful. It basically allows you to organize your data. Right? Data is what here? Data is basically statements, text that people have given, photographs that we have done. So you start to kind of really cluster them together, code the text, and then you analyze your stuff. So again, I've given you an example here. Content analysis is quite generally emerging field of work. There are some of these examples, papers here for you. Narrative analysis focuses on the stories that people tell. I had already mentioned to you earlier, Venice, Barcelona, for example, are talking of over-tourism. Now, that's a narrative that's being generated, right? So it is very useful as a method to analyze the data from stories that people tell you and the language that they start talking about it. So some of the examples again on narrative analysis. Then there's another term called discourse analysis. So where we are kind of really looking at more broader dynamics that we're looking at, just not the narrative, but we are situating the narrative within the broader understanding of political, cultural, and power dynamics. So who's saying what? So for example, now earlier, Incredible India was a tourism slogan. It was not a discourse. But now what we are seeing, for example, in case of the work that I do, is a lot of sacred sites of Banaras, Rishikesh. They are now converted into tourism destination. So that's a big discourse because you're converting from a sacred site like Ayodhya and Banaras to a very strong tourism orientation. That's a big shift in the power dynamic. So how is that discourse kind of really coming through? So that kind of work comes through a lot of understanding of what terms are used, what concepts are used, what are people saying, what people in power are saying, whose power matters. In heritage, we have what is called authorized heritage discourse, AHD. Okay. Then we've got what is called thematic analysis, which is generally fairly simpler form. It basically uses a certain code frame. There's a lot of work around this. Things like someone wants to talk here now about crisis management. Now, how is crisis management being dealt in tourism literature? So you do a whole process. There are lots and lots of ways in which you can do. I'll give you one simple example of each one of these methods that I have used. So this is a published paper in Journal of Hindu Studies. It's based on some of my work that I did on Turza Bhavani, where I looked at the content from what we call Sthal Mahatmya, or the play stories, and how play stories have changed over time using different media. So this is a very well published paper. You can look at it. But I started from how it is represented in the vernacular literature, like small little guidebooks, and then how are the stories narrated, and then you've used the audio cassettes to narrate those stories. Then we had the VCDs, video cassettes that came in. Now we have DVDs. How these same stories are changing using different content. So this is a good example of content analysis. This is one of my very famous papers, I guess I should say, because it really talks about discourses. So this is religious environment. This is in particular on Vrindavan, where I talk about when people look at physical environment, they're actually not looking at physical environment at all. They're looking at an environment imbued with sacred values, and they're looking at that environment is different from other environment, and therefore this religious environment. So that's a discourse analysis. Thematic and historical analysis, again, my work on Vrindavan, where I looked at the history of a place. I've literally mapped the historical geography of using historical geography lens, mapped how Vrindavan became a pilgrim town, and from pilgrim town now a tourist town. So, a whole range of historical data analysis and creating maps out of that. I think that's what I have for you for today. And I've kept another 15 minutes for you to ask questions or feel free to talk about. We've got 15 more minutes, right, Vivek? You're mute, Vivek. You're muted, Vivek.
Sir, we are having time till 12 in Indian Standard Time. So we are having around like 45 minutes to go from now.
So I can request Arvind ji to just give access to the mic to the participants so they can unmute and ask questions. Because I think there are a lot of questions which they have.
That is probably the reason
now they
why
have
I've kept a lot of time for your questions.
Yeah.
But I have given the access, they can ask the question.
Yeah, yes. So whatever questions you have, you can just unmute and can ask the question.
Hello.
Yeah, Dr.
Hello.
Sachin.
Yes, yes. Sir, my question is here. As India is a versatile country and there is too much scope for the qualitative research. But when I'm going through the scopus and all the publications, mostly the people are researcher are from from China, or from European country, or some Indians researcher are, they are not on individual, but they are club with the some USA based research, or researcher, or from Australian researcher. So what exactly we should do as a Indian context, so we can independently do a research in qualitative.
You have to do your own way. That's it. What
Sir
Yeah,
else?
is
but
sir
You're
is
but
the
not
biggest
we
competing with
example.
anyone.
Sir is the biggest example.
You have to
yeah,
just
yeah,
do what you need to do.
but we
Don't worry
feel
about
that,
Chinese. See,
yeah,
Sachin, don't
but
worry
we
about
feel that
Chinese.
that much what the environment, and that we basically the exact environment which required, that not we are getting the easily here, as I feel, sir.
It is not the world's problem. No, that is your
Mm,
institution problem. How can
mm,
the world solve that problem?
yeah,
You have to understand the context in which you are operating.
yeah.
Correct. So, Sachin, where are you from, if I can ask?
Yeah, I'm from Mumbai, sir.
No, no, no. Which institution?
I'm Government Polytechnic Thane.
Government Polytechnic Thane. So you have to apply for some grant or ask your bosses, supervisors to give you at least 3 months time to do some field work. And then you
Yes.
can do some very good quality research work. So in China, if they're providing all the resources, they know what the value of research is, right?
And I have it is might be rumors, but I heard that the European and then Chinese, they are not giving so much value to the Indian researchers. That is really, sir, when we are, because so many papers I forwarded to Scopus already, two paper published in Scopus, but too much problem faced, but that the proper guidance also not received here to exactly what we should do, so that is also facing.
That is beyond the purview of this session. I can't help on
Yeah,
that front. You need to talk to your institutions. I'm here to talk about how to do stuff. Okay.
yeah.
That is my job here.
No, 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 that is my just only, yeah. Thank you.
That is fine. See, most of the times, Sachin, you're not an exception in that case. It's a
Yes.
problem that is faced by everyone in your system, right? So you need to have a system change. Now, how do you change it? That is a different story, and this is not the forum for that. Okay.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Uh, right. Rama, what criteria should be used to systematically code visual elements in content analysis to ensure consistency and reliability? Okay. Dr. Rama, can you explain this question to me?
Dr. Rama, you can just unmute and speak.
Sir, I just want to ask that how can different researchers they are validating the different researchers they are using the same visual elements to validate. I mean to say how they are depicting the visual elements. I think different researcher will depict the same image in different ways, right? So how do we validate that different
Who's
researcher would?
asking you to validate? Who's asking you to validate?
Okay,
That's a question.
okay,
See, that is what you see in your work. For example, if you are using visual elements in your content analysis, okay? So your
right,
content is visual. So
right,
let's say it's visual photographs or maps or graphics or whatever you want to use, right? So when you set up your research design, the first thing you say is, I'm going to use visual elements. And then first thing is, why? Why do you want to use visual elements? What is the quality that that visual element is going to give you? Okay.
okay, okay,
Unless you specify that and justify that, there is no point in doing content analysis.
okay,
See, many times most researchers fail to acknowledge the important role of research design. So most of you just jump into, this is what I found, this is the hypothesis, this is what I found. No, you have to set up enough information about your research. Most papers get rejected simply because they have not explained their research design,
okay,
right? So you have to first say why for this particular topic you think visual elements are necessary and what kind of value they will bring to explain the phenomena or the process or anything in reality. Okay, I'll give you an example right now. If you give me 1 minute, is that okay?
Sure,
Vivek?
sure, sir.
Because I've just published a paper right now, 1 week ago, and I can show you that paper because that kind of really okay. Because it's always easier to show. Okay, can you see this paper? Can you
Yes,
see
sir.
this paper?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. So that's an abstract, that's introduction and everything. We've given the whole context. Now, this is where we come and we say study site and research methodology, okay? Now, okay, we've taken this study draws on multiple phases of qualitative fieldwork rather than a single moment of data collection. We've explained what were the interviews. Then a second phase of field-based documentation was taken when the site was for material condition, visual configuration, spatial organization through renewed observation, photographic documentation, right? So we very clearly said that is really important. Okay. And then we have explained how we've done, but I'll show you what it means. So we've used maps. So these are maps that we have reconstructed ourselves. These are the photos that we have done, and we've explained that. So for example, this is Chinese influence within the temple. So why, if you have to demonstrate that, within, we are explaining that here, okay? Then what we are trying to say here is some of the Chinese donors are restoring the temple and they are asking for their symbolism to be built into the temple design. And then we are using one example of a dragon entrance to show that concept, right? So then there is something called the symmetries of Chinese people in a Thai temple. So we are kind of using that as a very important. So you can definitely use visual elements, but you have to kind of really put that as a part of research design. Okay. Does
Yes,
that make sense, Rama?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Shilpi, you can just unmute and you can just ask the question directly. Yeah.
Hello,
Sir,
sir. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, you are. Yeah.
Yes, yes. So my question is, while we are doing qualitative studies, how we can determine whether the choosing sampling method has achieved the saturation point, especially if we can see the dynamic research contest or the nation-based context. What is the saturation point? How we can identify that in qualitative studies?
Saturation is not done, identified at sampling stage.
Okay.
How do you know at the sampling stage whether you will get enough data or not? Data saturation comes once you have collected data.
Okay. While can you
Right.
just explain this, sir?
Okay. For example, let's say I'm doing, okay, give me your example, then I can explain it better. Tell me your research topic and then I can help you. Any research topic that's relevant to you.
Suppose we have collected data on urban scenario, and we collected the perceptions of community, local stakeholders, and visitors there in qualitative form. And if we have to saturate, matlab, when we have to stop the interviews or data collection method, that we get the better answer. So we
So let's say, what is your site? Is a tourist site or any urban context?
So we can suppose any urban context because in urban
Yeah,
tourism
should
we
be
have so
any नहीं बोलने का, any नहीं बोलने का. You see, you will always learn better when you personalize it,
okay. So
apply to
basically,
yourself.
I am talking about the Delhi NCR perspective.
Okay,
So it's
great.
the
All
urban
right.
tourism side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Delhi NCR. Now you want to talk about what problem you want to talk about.
Basically, there are so many problems here as a local people we are facing. It's a congestion, pollution, environmental concern, and there are so
Okay.
many
Let's
which
let,
is
let's take pollution. Okay.
okay, okay.
What do you want to understand in pollution?
So I want to understand how tourism impacts the pollution free, matlab pollution, how the tourist flow impact the pollution in the city.
It should be the reverse thing. How
Okay,
does pollution impact tourism prospects in Delhi? That
yeah,
would be the question. Correct?
okay, correct. Yes.
So that is one question. The other
Mm-hmm.
question could be, how does too much tourism impact pollution in Delhi? So there are two
Yes,
different kinds of questions here.
yeah.
Which one are you interested in?
The second one,
Okay, so tourists' impact on pollution in Delhi, correct?
correct, sir.
Yeah. So now, how will you study this? Now, there are different ways of studying this question, right? So, impact of tourists on pollution in Delhi. The first and foremost directly is because tourism is connected to travel. So, more
Yeah.
number of tourists means more number of taxis, more number of travel, and therefore more pollution. Straightforward linkage, correct?
Yes, yes.
Now, if I have to do this from a qualitative point of view, and how do I reach saturation? So I will go next to Qutub Minar, or I will go
Mm-hmm.
to Lal Killa. Okay,
Yes.
I will talk to the community in Lal Killa and I'll ask
Mm-hmm.
them, भैया आपको क्या लगता है यहाँ जब इतना टूरिस्ट आता है, so many tourists are coming here,
Mm-hmm.
do they impact on the air pollution here? Guess what is the answer? Can you guess what will be the answer?
Of course, sir, it impacts the pollution because there is so much congestion over the peak seasons in Delhi.
No, the answer will be, sir, there is no pollution because of visitors. Why? Because tourism is all about economy. Now you have got two contradictory views.
Okay.
This is where qualitative research will help you, which means you now go to talk to all the stakeholders around Lal Killa or around Qutub Minar, which means your shopkeepers,
Mm-hmm.
your ASI, your government officials, MCD. So you
Mm-hmm.
have to think about all the stakeholders that you have represented into the tourism scenario there. Okay. And then you say, have I selected every representative of every stakeholder? That's your interview level. Then you go out into the community and say,
Mm-hmm.
now either you can do qualitative thing or you can do a survey. So you say, this is a questionnaire. I'm going to distribute to 100 people around Qutub Minar, 100 people around Lal Killa, and I'm going to say, what do they feel? Now you will start to see divergent views coming through. Now, after a certain point, if you see almost all of them are saying that there is no impact of visitors on pollution in near Lal Killa, you've reached saturation point. Typically, within the first 40 to 50 responses, you will start seeing a trend. And then you do 10 more to just satisfy yourself. Does that
Okay.
make
So,
sense?
so it's basically by observing the trend analysis.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Correct.
So thank
So
you
when
so
you
much.
collect all the information, let's say you've done the first surveys first, you go through those responses very quickly and you see, oh, same question. And you will see for yourself when you're asking that question, probably 51st time, you're finding the same answer coming through. That's where you already reached the saturation.
Saturation. Okay, sir. Got it. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, as you shown last paper, that is heritage, or impact on like heritage temples. Hello.
Mhm. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
you are
The same thing like I observed in India. That is where is the Vipassana centers. There is the same thing of man marriage architectures we can find out in that places. So we can work out on the same thing with the applying by same methods.
That is how we generate a theory. So what I have produced in that paper is a theory of hybridization of heritage based on my case study.
Even though I heard that when Buddhism vanished from India and it came from Myanmar, that might be I'm not correct, but the came through Myanmar. That's why it's a impact of that architecture on Buddhist places might be.
Topics, you can do anything.
Yeah.
You can
Thank you.
literally do anything. I can tell you one example and you will go, how can people do research? Someone said my relationship with my washing machine. And you know where does that go? That goes into the whole postmodernism theory of identity.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
so that there is no reason to say that I can do research on this or I cannot do research on that. Every
Okay.
topic is equally significant, depends on how you justify that research.
Okay, sir.
That justification is very important.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
So I have one question related to the narrative analysis. Actually, my understanding about the narrative analysis, it is more in the form of storytelling. We need to have one story or we need to design a story like beginning, climax, and the end. So correct me if I'm wrong, sir. So like, can you just brief us how to go with this narrative analysis slightly in detailed way?
Like filmmaking, Baba, as you
Okay.
already said, it's almost like there should be an introduction. But with narrative analysis, see, stories for people don't start with an introduction and a conclusion. When
Yes,
you're
sir.
talking of people's stories, they are about a certain incident. So you're not doing their life story for the heck of it. You're
Okay.
doing it because you want to understand a particular issue, you want to understand a particular problem. And it is about that problem, other people feel, other people think about it, and how they are creating the narrative. So there is no introduction to it. There is no, it is an event that's happening,
Okay.
right?
So you need
In
not to
your research, you
have
have
like,
to introduce.
okay. So
You
like,
have to introduce it,
yes, sir. Yes.
not people.
Okay.
People are only providing you the necessary information. You have to write your story.
Okay, but every
See
story
how
doesn't
people are
have
talking about that incident.
okay, okay.
Sorry.
So I think like every story don't have the like a start or the climax or the end. Then how we can deal with this problem of narrative analysis? That is my query.
For that, that is what you need to do.
Okay.
Is you have to set up the research question. You have to set
Okay.
up the whole context and then say about this problem, this is how people are talking about it. Right. For example, let's say your Mumbai example. Let's do the Mumbai example of what is this? The dairy land that has been connected. What is near Rajiv Gandhi National Park? What is that dairy land?
RA.
Right? And there's a whole narrative about it. So one government was talking about RA as a protected area, as forest to be protected because it was the biodiversity value and all of that. And then you had the whole other group of people which said, no, metro is important, so we need to have metro shed in RA. So these are different kind of narratives that have generated over time. So there's no beginning as such into this. What you could say is the idea of putting a metro shed in RA colony is dated to, let's say, 2005. But that's it. But people have been talking about it in different ways. So there is no start to it.
Yes, sir.
It triggered a reaction. And therefore, they are talking about in a certain manner. Right? So it is an advanced mechanism. If you want to really employ that, you have to be very, very prepared. You have to prepare well for that kind of a narrative analysis.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Got it.
Comment here from Tathagat Banerjee. Tathagat, if you are wanting to spell it out, that's easier.
You
Okay.
can just unmute, yeah.
Good morning, sir.
But
So this side, Tathagat Banerjee, and actually, to be very honest, I'm not in the till right now not been started with the research program and all. But recently, last year, I have finished my masters in my basic subject was the hotel management, and then after I have thought to be pursuing my career in the the tourism management as well in the sector of research. So I have find it out nowadays. It's very relatable that some of the places all over the world is been getting so much of surge for the tourism, because of the food, because of the good food, in fact. So how do you feel like if what is your prospect that it could have been a very good subject matter for me, so that I have a background of hotel management, which is basically the food and beverage. So, what would be your prospect that if I'm going to take this kind of a subject matter for my pursuing in the PhD level? What could be the future prospect of it? That's it. Thank you, sir.
Like food, Tagat, but I can't foresee what your future is going to be, right? You need to ask
Right.
Vivek if he is going to employ you at Amity University as a FNB lecturer, okay? So you need to talk to Vivek. But
I just dreamed of it.
so, but from a research point of view, I think Suvashri is already here. She is talking about tea. So, food is becoming a very emerging field of research, even in India now. Globally, I mean, Korea now is known from a research point of view for temple food. They have kind of really glamorized the whole temple food and sacred foods. There's a big literature that's coming around there. Uh, I came across some very interesting research when I was in Ahmedabad earlier this year. Someone was looking at some kind of ash or a salt that is used in Assam to make pickles. And that is now being rebranded as an eco-friendly or whatever preservative. So there is a lot of potential, no doubt about it. It depends on how you want to use it. Do you want to use it for industry? Do you want to use it in academia? Uh, where do you want to do it? So it's up to you to find out where you want to land your PhD. Do you land with your PhD in let's say a big hotel chain and say, I'm going to be your nutritionist and a dietitian, creating some fancy, wonderful diet controlled offerings in the five-star industry, or whether you want to go and try and pursue Vivek to give you a job in Amity somewhere and teach about food and beverage.
No, actually, I've been thinking about the academic line only. So, in fact, I've been working with the hotel management college for the last 7, 8 years.
Yeah.
So, if right now I have to be move forward, from here, so that I was thinking about that the relationships, like every year actually for the few months, my college used to be send me to from here to. They have actually a branch in Bangkok. So whenever I go down there, I do have feeling that the local culture is something like in the evening, maybe 60, 70% of the local people comes out and have the food outside in the home. But over here in India, we do have a passions to we have our own food in our home or something, or maybe we do have kind of a things like so we says outside food is not healthy or something, but they don't believe like that. But they do a lot of take care of their hygiene and all these things. So some of those places in Bangkok I have seen specifically been searched with a lot of travelers all over the world just for the food. And
Yeah.
nowadays, if I'm just open the YouTube, there is million
Yeah.
of food bloggers coming
Yeah.
into the
Sorry,
scenario.
Tatagat. I've
Yeah.
got another question here. You've got
Okay.
a very interesting food topic there. It's called cuisine tourism. It is
Mm-hmm.
also becoming very popular now. So people are traveling mainly for food and particularly using social media and all of that. So talk to a potential institution which will give you a PhD admission on this topic, and that way probably it's moving forward. Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right. Shrishta, you have two questions. You can unmute yourself and present
Huh.
them yourself.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, sir. So, yes, I have two questions. Like this is related to the qualitative analysis. So, first, what I'm asking is like usually when the interviews say we achieve, like say after the fourth or fifth interview, the themes are plateauing in the sense like the themes. I mean, there aren't any new themes emerging. So instead of just showing a curve, do we have to depict it mathematically, or just if we say that saturation is achieved, is it enough?
No maths. Srishta, no maths.
No
Qualitative means no
maths.
maths. 2
No.
plus 2 is not 4. In qualitative, 2 plus 2 is not 4. It can be
Okay.
anything but 4.
Okay.
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 That is
Okay.
what qualitative is.
Correct. No, I
Okay.
follow. No, because some studies, like one article, no, guest, he had shown how saturation should be done mathematically. So I got a bit confused. So that's why I wanted to ask you.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
And
And yeah, so again, this is related to qualitative analysis only. So, sir, I was asked to depict the rough work. I mean, I used NVivo for doing my thematic analysis and narrative analysis. So I wasn't able to follow this term. I mean, what exactly are they expecting out of, like, whether do I have to show how I derived at the themes? Like, do I have to take a screenshot of the software and show it to them? Like, this was,
don't know who is them.
I
So you
mean,
need to tell me.
okay, I'm talking about my committee members. I mean, my research approval committee members. I'm a PhD scholar. So,
Yeah, always a big challenge because you're a PhD scholar. What they'll ask you is, show me paper and pen. How did you arrive at some of these ideas and how did you code this? That is probably what I assume by rough work. So,
oh,
when we used to say your text is in one line and in the margins you make some notes about it, I think that's what basically rough work is. Or probably what they're asking is, can you show us who are the other researchers or where did you find these themes as the relevant themes and therefore you're taking it out. And based on your data, now you're using those themes from the theory or from other contributors and bringing it into your analysis. That's probably what I would assume is rough work. But then ask your committee.
okay. Yeah. Thank you, sir, for your.
Okay.
Sir, I am having one question regarding LR, which we are writing for our paper. Each theme, how many references there is a means minimum or maximum? How many each themes we have to cite for references which we talk about?
It's a difficult one, Sureshri. That's generally based on your judgment and your way of presenting the themes. So, how have you articulated the themes? Typically, there will be one or two dominant scholars who would have worked extensively with those themes. So, my approach is if I've cited those two or three big names, I'm pretty safe, saying that this is already established as a concept in the literature, and we are kind of expanding onto this. You don't need to have 10 references, or you don't have, generally one is not enough because that means only one person has done this work, which is not true. Because if you've done reasonable amount of literature review, you've got ideas from there, cite more. Doesn't harm us. The precautionary principle is cite, then not cite.
Okay, sir.
We've got two hands here.
Hello, sir.
Pandurang.
Hello, sir. Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good afternoon, Bola.
Yeah. So, I have a very small question. That since we are talking about qualitative research, we understand what is called the no understanding meaning. But there is also no the content analysis things come in between the qualitative research, content analysis. So there we talk about no quantifying the concept or quantifying the different words or phrases. How is that fit into the qualitative paradigm, the quantification?
You're not clear. Can you be a little slow and clear?
Okay, just a minute. Hello, sir.
Yeah, you can otherwise use the chat function to write down the question. It's easier that way to understand first.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible, but your voice
Okay.
was breaking in between.
Okay. I was just asking the content analysis in the qualitative research. How does it fit into the qualitative paradigm? The quantification of the themes or words or phrases in the qualitative research. Quantification, the content analysis.
You don't need to quantify. Why do you need to quantify? So, for example, climate change in this document now, every question is about climate change. In every response, you'll get climate change. So 10,000 times climate change has come, but that is a topic you're using, no? So there's no point in having it appear 10,000 times. So quantitative will defeat the purpose of what you're trying to achieve qualitatively.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, I have one
qualitative-
question. Like it's my last question. Like most of the qualitative research papers, like they use the NVO, that is a paid software. What if like we use free softwares that are available like Qualcoder or QDA Miner? So the papers are accepted if you use the freely available softwares and we analyze the data with the help of these softwares.
I don't use NVivo.
Okay.
As far as your research design is solid,
Okay.
and your findings are speaking the same language as your research design, nobody should have a problem.
Okay.
Because if with that logic of using a software, anything that was published 20 years ago becomes irrelevant.
Okay. Yes.
Correct. So software is only helping you. It's an aid.
Okay.
It's an aid to organize your thoughts. It's organize your findings. Now, if you're able to find patterns upfront through the way you have collected data, then there is no reason.
Okay.
Right? What NVivo can do is it's only validates some of the themes that you've already discussed.
Okay.
See, NVivo is not identifying themes for you. Please understand this very clearly. You are coding it into the system. You are putting the data. You are giving some name to that data. You are putting some labels to that data, and then it's kind of churning it out for you, right?
Okay.
So you're already bringing in the construct from your own mind.
Okay,
What
sir.
it is giving you is much more confidence in saying, yes, through 10 different interviews, this is a recurring theme that is coming in. You might have, so if you were to remember all 10 interviews, for example,
Okay.
it would be impossible
Yes, sir.
to remember everything. So NVivo remembers it for you. And when you ask a question, it'll give it back to you. It's simple.
Okay. It
Right.
helps to identify the themes if you are like doing the thematic analysis. So what if like I take the help of ChatGPT doing the same thing? Then it will be valid or
You
not?
said you will not ask any other question. You said this was your last question. So I'm not going to answer this question.
No, so this is connected to that one.
Give opportunity to other people.
Okay, and
Vivek, you need to call me again for Baba and Shubhasree, okay? A separate session.
So
Okay.
we
But it's
request
wonderful.
participants to just come up with few
No one
questions
is
because of the
asking from the
limitation of time.
participant. That's why I
We,
ask. I think it is
we just
related to
have
all
10
the
minutes
participants.
more. We just have 10 minutes more, so we'll just request the participants to ask few questions.
Otherwise, that's fine with me. No problem.
Dr. Niharika has a question.
Yeah, Dr. Niharika, you can just unmute and speak.
Hello.
Yes,
Sir,
Niharika.
sir, good morning, sir. Sir, first of all, I'm a big fan of your work, sir. I just want to ask some things like whenever we are framing a qualitative research, so is there any kind of a structure that we need to follow, or is it is recommended to like go through a certain kind of a structure, like in quantitative research we are having the methodology section and all these things. So what should be a basic structure one should follow when framing a qualitative research?
Kind of research question involves basic 4 dimensions: what, when, how, why. Right. So if you find that this particular phenomena or process needs your attention, or you're getting interested or influenced into it, probably with qualitative research, the first framing is, why is this happening? Now, the moment you start asking that question of why, you will start getting a few responses. It's almost like Baba's question of ChatGPT. Ask the question, then the ChatGPT, so your mind side will start telling you, oh, I've seen this problem, I've seen that problem. I think that's a connection here. So you will start thinking in that direction of why, and no more focus on what. Because what is already observed, you've seen what's happening. Now you're trying to find the reasons of why this is happening. So any qualitative research starts with that framing of, I'm going to explore why this is happening. And why is it happening in certain manner, at certain point of time, in certain way. So that why question is important. Now, then the research design comes in. So if I have to, for example, find out why there is so much of pollution in Delhi, let's go back to the example that we had. Why is there's so much of pollution in Delhi? So first thing is, of course, you do a bit of a literature review, and they all say, well, the biggest pollution, the cause of pollution in Delhi is the burning from Haryana and Punjab that's coming in during that
Stubble
time.
burning. We
Is
call
that
it stubble burning, sir. Stubble burning.
so stubble burning, slash and burn, whatever you want to call. If that is the thing, now Delhi is no more your site for studying. Now you need to shift your focus from pollution happening in Delhi to pollution being generated in Punjab and Haryana. Yeah, see, the question will start to change your thinking process. Then, of course, you start coming with research design, and then you say, oh, why is not important here is how do I now move my focus? So there's no straightforward answer to this, Niharika, unfortunately. For qualitative research, it becomes extremely embedded in your own self. There is no guide or manual which will say, do this, this, this. What they can say is, once you've asked a question, then you can develop a research design in which you're saying, what is your aim? What is your objective? How do you want to achieve that objective? What kind of data collection methods can you use? But even before that, I always ask students to say, what is the data that is available? Then you can think of how I'm going to collect it. Many times people look for data that does not exist. They said, I'm going to interview the prime minister. Can you do it? You're mango people, Aam Aadmi. You can't do interview. So there is no point in going for a research topic where you know that you're not going to get any response. So you have to reframe. So that's an iterative process till the time you come to a question where you say, I think this question can be asked and I can find answers through a certain mechanism. And then you kind of explore it completely, the whole process of research design. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so first we need to understand like what mechanism we'll be using. Then accordingly go ahead, or it's like while starting, while surveying, we'll be able to understand like will we go with that mechanism or something else.
I'll give you another example, right? Now, if you want to eat biryani,
Yeah.
and the first decision you have to make is today I'm going to eat biryani. Now, if you want to eat biryani and you're still thinking of aloo paratha, there's a mismatch. Now,
Yes.
if you have to eat biryani, you have to cook biryani. To cook biryani, you need to have a patela, a utensil. Now, that's a mechanism, right? But to make paratha, you need a tawa or a flat pan. Different. So your methods will be very different depending on the question you're asking. Now, you can't take a tawa and then say, I'm going to make a biryani on this. It's going to spill, right? So it's kind of a classic story between ends, what are they? Ends and goals and meets, whatever you want to say. So basically, your method will come later. Your question will come first, right? That question is important. And that question generally is why, starts with why. Why is this happening? Why am I doing this? Why certain things are. Then, because that why, you need other people's help to answer you. That is qualitative. Because it's a subjective question that why will be different for different people. What is not different for different people? See, what is very simple? Pollution happening, 2000 cars on the road, very clear fact. What is established? It does not change for me, does not change for Vivek, does not change for Baba. Right? It is a fact. It is happening. Why are we thinking differently about pollution is the qualitative question. Right? So framing of qualitative research comes from that fundamental premise. I don't understand this phenomena. How can I explain this? Because there are different people talking differently about it. That subjectivity is important. So once you factor that subjectivity in, then the question emerges and then the methodology emerges. So as I've shown you that kind of 9 or 10 established methodologies. You can use any of them. Sometimes content analysis is better. Sometimes content analysis is not the best one. You have to go on the field and do field research. So methods will keep changing. The question will have to be the first one to come in. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir.
I think one
Okay.
question is asked by Shilpi. Shilpi, you can just unmute and ask.
Actually, I just got my answer from the previous question.
Okay.
It's just only about to justify the particular research design. It is totally based on the research objective. What research design we choose is based on research objective and question, and that I got from the previous question in chat with other person.
Like putting the cart before the horse or horse before the cart. Simple as that.
Yes.
The cart is your methodology. The horse is the one who's going to take you in a direction. So you need to establish your direction first. Then either the horse or the donkey or the elephant will come.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
So I just wanted your thoughts on this, that we do qualitative research only when we are trying to observe a phenomena which cannot be explained by a theory. So that is the only reason we go for qualitative research. Is it true?
You do qualitative research for anything. When you have a question of why, it's not about explaining with theory or not theory. Because theory cannot explain everything. If theory had explained everything, then we would have been dead long time ago. After Karl Marx, nobody would have survived because Karl Marx gave you a theory of capitalism, right? But the fact that we keep evolving, it means that there are always these problems. If you remember my second slide that I showed, what is research? It's basically you're giving a new interpretation because we're in a different time zone now. We're in a different time frame. So similar problems that existed 20 years ago cannot be answered with the same approach now, and therefore we need to change our approach. So when the question is why oriented, qualitative research will come. It has nothing to do with theory. Theory will emerge later on.
Yeah, Raja Devashish here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you've
hello,
got a
sir.
minute.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I just got a minute, but after listening to your discussion, it was very fruitful and very insightful, sir. First of all, let me congratulate you for conducting such a session, such a nice session. And I hear the observation in this whole session, qualitative versus quantitative. What I feel is we have to come down from ontology to epistemology of the research. How do we know the reality of the thing which we are trying to find out? Whether we are trying to find out whether we have a positivist view of the things, or is it interpretism that we think that world is different for different people. It may be interpreted in a different ways. But some people say, for example, pure sciences, we say that 2 plus 2 is only 4. Na plus Cl is only NaCl, which is salt. That is positivist nature of looking at things. So many times we have to mix this qualitative and quantitative study to justify whatever we have found, we have come across through different interpretation of different people. Basically, when we are studying with human nature we find is very subjective. It differs from person to person, also differs for a single person from time to time. Same person may behave differently, may have interpretation of the same thing, different at their different life stages. So the whole thing boils down to the epistemology. How do we think the reality exists? Is it subject to our interpretation, or is it definite? And then only on the basis of our outlook of the reality, we decide the methodology, whether it is qualitative or quantitative, or whether we want to make it realistic by combining both the methodologies. Is my observation correct, sir? Or is it a good summary of
Thank
this?
you, Raghav. No, that's a good summary. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think now, Dr. Babasaheb, you can just propose the vote of thanks, sir.
Okay, sir. I propose the vote of thanks. So I would like to thank Dr. Kiran Shinde, sir, for taking out time from his busy schedule. Sir is in Australia. On behalf of our request, sir has agreed to deliver a session. And it was a very wonderful session, sir. Actually, like many scholars, early career researchers, mid-career researchers, they are having too many queries related to the qualitative research. Very few speakers are able to talk on this critical area of qualitative analysis. So we are very grateful to you, taking out time and helping us to understand how qualitative research is should be conducted on a, we can say, in a impactful way, or it should the way in which it would be accepted on the international platform. So I would like to thank our HR, Dr. Professor Vivek Datta, as well, organizing this important session in this second day of FDP. I would like to also thank the IT support from the head office, Amity University, Noida. Obviously, I will thank all the participants for your active participation. Like you are having a lot of queries, and we are expecting same active participations in the coming sessions as well. And I also thank all of my colleagues, coordinating this first session of the day second. So I thank you everyone for joining us. Once again, I thank you, Dr. Kiran Shinde, for taking out time to guide us. Thank you, sir.
You can take a picture also. Yeah? You can just
Yes, yes. I request all the participants, please kindly put your videos on so that we will have a group photo of yours for this session. I request IT support team to please kindly help us to put the cameras on of all the participants. I request everyone, please put your cameras on. I'm clicking the photographs for this session. We had a very wonderful session.
Good thing is you don't have to geotag this, huh? Good.
One more, just I'll click the last one and we will wind up. Okay, thank you everyone.
Thank you so much,
All
sir,
the
for
best.
your valuable time. Thank
All
you
the
so much.
best.
Thank
Sure.
you. or we should wait for some time?
Sir,
Yes.
it's 2 minutes.
2 minutes are left. Okay.
2 minutes are less.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So we'll wait
Sir,
for
this
2 minutes.
meeting is recorded.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we will get the recording of this.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Thank you, sir. They have already gone through their 3 sessions, I suppose. 2 yesterday,
Yeah,
1 today.
this is the 4th session. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm sure their basic idea about triangulation must be clear by now. It is live streamed on YouTube, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So we'll.
Yes, sir. At least out of 55, 25 are here, then it will be. Otherwise, no problem. We can wait for 1 or 2 minutes more.
So I think we should start because it's 2 p.m. So
Yes,
good
sir.
afternoon, everyone. It's my proud privilege to welcome the speaker for today, Dr. Shikha Mishra. Ma'am is an assistant professor in the Department of History of Art, Faculty of Arts, Banaras Hindu University, Uttar Pradesh, India. With a specialization in art, history, and heritage studies, she has been actively engaged in teaching, research, and academic discourse on the intersection of art, culture, and tourism. Dr. Shikha Mishra has contributed immensely to the enrichment of knowledge on visual culture, heritage interpretation through her scholarly work, and she is also committed to fostering interdisciplinary linkages between history, art, and tourism. Dr. Shikha Mishra also has an expertise in creating the MOOC courses for SWAYAM platform. So without further ado, I will request ma'am to begin the session, please. Over to you, ma'am.
Namaste, everyone. Thank you, Datta sir. Thank you so much. So right now we have 10 participants. So initially I'll go a little bit slow so that other participants who somehow for some reason could not join so far can also join without missing out much of the content. And I request all of you that if there is anyone who is connected to other participants, please tell them to join it ASAP so that we can move further in full flow. The topic which I have chosen for my deliberation today is theoretical illustrations on triangulation. Now, in this one, I'm going to discuss about, just a minute, let me change the
Ma'am,
layout
your
of my
video, we are not able to see you on the screen.
Sir, initially when you were introducing me at that time, I switched on my video, but
Okay.
after that to, save the bandwidth, because the more video and other things are going to be there, the lesser is going to be clarity in my voice.
Okay.
Okay.
So if it is required, I'll switch it on, should I?
Yeah, we can just see whether it's distorting the voice or not.
Okay.
I think it's fine, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
But
good.
eventually it will be a little difficult, sir.
Because yesterday
slowly.
also we faced similar problems when Dr. Amit was speaking, but he switched on his camera, everything was on. So it was because we all know about the technical glitches in between, but it is
Yes,
fine,
sir.
ma'am. When you are on the video and it is the things are also audible to us.
Okay, fine, sir. So we have 13 participants. Should we start, sir, or should we wait for at least
I think slowly we
maybe
can
15
start,
or...
ma'am, because session is from 2.
Okay, fine, sir. So I'm going to start this lecture, and this is about theoretical illustration on triangulation. In this one, I am going to cover and provide you detail about the theoretical details, how triangulation has come into existence, what are do's and don'ts, how can you develop a research design including triangulation, what precautions should you take,
what are the main problems which you may face. And then at the end of this, I am going to provide you a few of the examples of the real life researches which have been conducted recently. When I'm saying recently, I'm talking about maximum 3 to 4 years using triangulation in their research methodology. So this is what the total syllabus which I have decided for today. Sir, I think I need to switch off my camera because this is not changing.
Yeah, we can.
Am I audible, sir?
I think it's on the first slide only. Yeah.
Yes, sir. It is not changing while I'm trying to change this. Has it changed now?
Yeah. We can see the.
Okay. So the total syllabus and the flow of the lecture is going to be like the meaning of the triangulation, then why triangulation is required in research, advantages and disadvantages of using triangulation, how many types of triangulations are there in research, problems in designing triangulated researches, triangulation methodology and procedures. In this under this subtitle, I'm going to tell you details about those latest resources which I was talking about. Then best practices for data integration using triangulation methods. Now, triangulation in tourism research, this is my own little bit work which I did from my side for specifically for this research, and this is this particular lecture, sorry, not research. And I'm telling you, this second last title is going to be a very interesting part for you. And at the last of it, I'm going to summarize this research, this lecture. So before starting this lecture formally, I would like to thank the Vice Chancellor of the MIT University, Mumbai, Professor A.W. Santosh Kumar, the Honorable Chancellor of the University, Dr. Asim Chauhan, convener and the head of the institution, Professor Vivek Datta, faculty members of the institute and the staff members of the institute for providing me with this opportunity to interact with the upcoming and new researchers in tourism management. This lecture is going to be highly interactive in nature. I have designed a few of the exercises myself, and you are going to do those exercises on your own. And these exercises are going to help you in making you understand that why triangulation is important, how can you do this, and the entire insight into using triangulation into as a research methodology. So I request all of you that please keep your pen and paper ready with yourself. I'll be providing you in between sometimes 2 minutes, sometimes 1 minute, or maybe 3-4 minutes. And you note down, don't note down in the form of a heading or, complete illustrative form wherein you are writing a paragraph. Just note down 1 or 2 points, main bullet points which are coming in your mind. And then we will discuss them. So this is not going to be a written submission at the end. So please do not note down the entire sentence. Instead of that entire sentence, use one word substitution for that, so that later on you can unmute yourself and then you can discuss. Now in this one, in this particular lecture, you all have unmuting right with yourself, but I'll request all of you not to unmute yourself instantly. Instead of that, please raise your hand. Dada Sahib sir is there. He is keeping a watch on all the participants who are unmuting themselves. And sir is going to unmute you and tell you that I have unmuted so-and-so candidate or maybe participant. Please, discuss whatever you want to reply. So this is going to only to those participants who have raised their hands. So I request all of you that please be participative, because this is going to be heavy on you if you do not, be participative or interactive and, be a part of this entire teaching learning process. Okay. So let us start with the theoretical illustrations on triangulation and what does this mean. Now, Lenin in 1898, in his classic research monograph, The Development of Capitalism in Russia. See, remember, just look at pay attention towards the time, 1898. We are talking about some, maybe 130 years back approximately. Okay, so during that time, he has actually done a monograph research, and he got that published by the name of The Development of Capitalism in Russia. And in this research, he used the mixture of quantitative data tables and triangulated those tables for this particular publication purpose. So, but in this entire research, though he used the concept of triangulation, but he never used this term triangulation. He simply, used these different tables and you mix these elements which he was requiring, and then got this monograph published. So, though triangulation as a methodology or in our method in a research itself was done in the very early phase when actually researchers were developing around the world, but this term was not in use. Okay. So if you look at my second point, I have given you the name of a researcher, Norman Denzin. Norman Denzin was the first researcher who actually used this word triangulation, and he coined this word sometimes in early 1970s, and he defined triangulation as the application of a combination of several research methodologies. Okay, so he said that when actually you are combining research methodology, and for what? For to study the same phenomena. Okay, then it is going to be a triangulation. After that, then some of his work like the research art, which he got published in 1970, Triangulation 2.0, which he got published in 2012. He has been active since Norman Denzing is one of that researcher who has done maximum work in triangulation, who has maximum developed the theory of triangulation, as well as at the same time maximum criticized also triangulation. So he was so much in love with triangulation that he was, working on it, evolving the theory, and later on criticizing the theory, and then, changing the theory or maybe manipulating the theory to make it better. So he is one of that, prominent researcher who has done maximum work on this. So he primarily justified triangulation by mixing methodologies. Now, please pay attention towards this thing that he said when you actually mix up the methodology, you do triangulation. Except for methodology, he has not used any other way of doing that triangulation, which actually exists and which we will study in this lecture itself later. Okay, so the discipline that is now now existing, it has primarily developed through a thriving interaction of quantitative and qualitative analysis. So we generally say if we are using both quant and qual, then we are using triangulation. So now let's take one example that through qualitative methods, we can explore tourist motivation and tourist experiences. And using quantitative methods, we can measure the extent of impact. So first of all, we are trying to explore through qualitative methods that what are the main motivations and experiences. And then after that, what are the impacts through quant method. So this is going to be a combination of quant and qual. So we call it a triangulated method or mixed method. Okay. Now, both qualitative and quantitative methods are distinct by nature. Distinct means separate, complete, two different identity. Okay, and these diverse methods should relate to each other in any of the aspect of process in the research. So since these are distinct, they have their own identity, we need to connect them through some commonality between both of them. Okay, and these aspects, these commonality, we will discuss in this lecture later on, like what are those things. Okay, so right now we need to understand that these multiple methods are combined to overcome the weaknesses or maybe some kind of the bias in the application of single type of methodology which we generally apply, or maybe some other thing. So we need to understand here that if we are using only one method for research, I'm not saying some test or something, I'm just saying method, whatever aspect you are talking about right now, there will be some, some bias, something missing in your research. Okay, so we need to use triangulation to mix, to overcome this, gap which is existing. So if there is any need in research design in terms of another opinion of certain types, and usually in researchers we need, especially in social sciences researchers, let me tell you, We need to get, different kind of opinion, because social sciences research is about human beings. Human beings are different and they do have different opinion, and their opinion does change for the same phenomena under different circumstances. So even the same respondent can also give you response differently during different times. So that way, this gap which is coming up, which is saying that this is not static or the same, can be fulfilled through triangulation, because it contextualized the entire phenomena. Okay, it gives a perspective to the phenomena. So in that way we can solve it, and this is in generally we call triangulation in research. Now we need to understand here that this is also known as multiple operationalism. Why? Because we are using multiple type of operational researches, or multi-research method. Why? Because we are applying quant, qual, or maybe other types of things, or mixed method research, because we are mixing up things together. Now let us discuss this more in detail. Okay, so we can say that the triangulation in research means using some kind of other sources, or maybe methodology, etc., or using multiple database methods, theories, even investigators also. By investigators, I mean here researchers also, to address the same research questions. Okay, so this is, please pay attention towards the word which I have said, same research question. So you are not going to change the inquiry of research here. Whatever that
Sorry, ma'am, to
particular.
interrupt. Are we on the first slide only, or
Yes, sir. We
more?
are still on the first slide. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
okay.
Yes, sir. So whatever, we are discussing right now, whatever we are exploring right now, we are investigating right now, that is going to be the same thing. Okay. If we are not going to change that, only then it will be called triangulation. The moment we are going to change that, it will no more be a triangulation thing. Okay. So this is what we need to pay attention here. So triangulation will be if for solving the same research question, you are using, as of now, I have discussed only two methods, quant and qual. So I'll say both the methods. Okay. Now, it is a research strategy that can help you enhance the validity of your research. Why the validity of your research? Increase the validity of your research because it has enhanced the entire scope of the data which you have collected, scope of the response which you have collected. So it has given a context, a foundation, a perspective, a meaning to what was, indicated by your respondent. It was not a general, dead kind of a response. Yeah, this response is there, that's it. No, it has made the response of your respondent organic. Okay, organic in the sense that why has he said that? What was the reason? What was the context? What made him said so? Or what made him change his opinion from the last time? You can't say last time his opinion was, let's say, yes, and this time his opinion is no. So either he was wrong last time or he is wrong this time. No. If you contextualize why he said no at yes at last time and no at that time, maybe you will find that both the responses are correct from the same respondent for the same question. So both the responses will become valid. Your research will become valid. It will have more solid foundation, and it will be more organic by nature. Okay. And it also increases the credibility of your findings. And beside this, the most important thing is it will mitigate the presence of any researcher bias. Okay, if researcher is going with the thinking that last time he has said, so he is going to say yes this time also, this bias will. This researcher will get to know that no, that time the context was different. This time the context is different. So this is that one Context, which is the deciding factor in making a customer change his decision from yes to no, or maybe vice versa, no to yes. So it is an important, this context is an important factor. Okay, this is what actually makes your result more valid, more credible, and more organic. Okay, now triangulation is mainly used in qualitative research. Why? Because I have been using this word context again. And if you talk about qualitative results, qualitative researches are always contextualized. Okay,
Sorry to
but
interrupt, ma'am. Have we
yes,
gone
sir.
to the second slide?
No, sir. We are still on the first slide. I'll do one thing, sir.
Okay,
Whenever
okay.
I will change the slide, I'll say now I'm going on next slide.
Because we are seeing this only, no? Multiple
Yes, sir.
operationalism. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is
Right,
still
right.
on the
Okay.
first one.
Okay.
I'm explaining what is the meaning of triangulation right now.
Right, right. Okay, ma'am.
Yes, sir. But we also have to understand here that this does not just applied in qualitative research. It is equally being applied in quantitative researches also. And nowadays, when we talk about mixed method research, it is there in mixed method research. Okay, so whenever you are using mixed method research methodology, chances are very high that you are applying methodological triangulation, a particular kind of triangulation. Okay, methodological triangulation, what Norman actually has said initially. Okay, now few of the examples of triangulation in different types of research in triangulation we will see in the next slide. So now I'm moving to the next slide. Exercise 1 is the slide name. Can you see this?
We can see exercise 1.
Okay.
No?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So now we are going to do one exercise. Let me explain it to you. I have already told you, but since so many participants have joined later on, so I'll request all of you to please, whenever you have your answer ready, raise your hand. You do have a right to unmute yourself, but please do not unmute yourself when Baba Sahib sir is going to tell you, like this so and so respondent, please unmute yourself, or he unmutes you, only then speak. Otherwise, it will become a fish market. So please wait for your turn and get a prompt from the Baba Sahib sir, only then unmute yourself. Okay. So when we actually look at this, this is a research on which we have done in qualitative research. Now, suppose you are conducting a research which is on experience of tourists in Mumbai. Okay, so you may conduct an in-depth interview with different groups of stakeholders, right? So now I'm giving you 2 questions and I'm giving you total 4 minutes. You can write down your bullet points and then we are going to discuss this thing. For conducting this research on the experience of tourists in Mumbai, your first research question is, can you tell that if you have already collected input, like who are going to be your respondents in this? So can you tell me that if you have already collected information from tourists, then why do you need to interview other stakeholders also? This is going to be a qualitative research on experience of tourists in Mumbai, in which you are going to conduct in-depth interview with different groups of stakeholders. Okay, now these 2 questions. First question, can you tell that if you have already collected information from tourists, then why do you need to interview other stakeholders also? And second research question is, what different information will you get from these different stakeholders? First of all, why not just one type of stakeholder? That may be, let's say, tourist, one of the easiest, because we are discussing about the experience of tourists. Then why to discuss to other interview other stakeholders also? And then what different kind of information will you get from these stakeholders? So you have now total 4 minutes to think about it, and then please raise your hand once you have got the answer. Your time starts now. If some of you are sitting together, you can work in group also. I have used this term, group of stakeholders. If you actually see these groups of stakeholder, every group will be your one population. So what different population will you choose to conduct in-depth interviews? And why? And what different type of information will you get? This is what is going to be your anticipation.
I request all the participants to be part of this very intriguing exercise so that we'll get to learn so many new things from ma'am in this regard.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, so
Yes,
Dr.
sir.
Palurang. Yeah. So Dr.
Basically,
Palurang,
to get the multi-perspective, basically to understand the different views from different people's of sets of category. So you can get no insider perspective and outsider perspective also.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely audible, sir. Very clearly. And who can be those different stakeholders, sir? Sir, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. So who are ma'am is asking who are the different stakeholders in this regard?
Hello.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, multi-perspective you can get, for example, no, the place of destination, place of origin. For example, tourists coming from different place and also the destination like Mumbai. So what people think when they are coming here, what local people think about them. So you can get both the perspective.
Okay, so two populations you have chosen. One
Locals,
of
like you're
tourist.
saying, locals is one of the stakeholder, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so two population, if we see this group of stakeholders you have chosen, one is local population, another one is tourist from different origins.
Yes.
Who can be the next one?
Two population has already been added. Yeah, Shilpi, yeah. You can unmute and you can talk.
So, ma'am, for first question number first. So by doing this triangulation, we get the different perspective. We can cross check the findings between the different methods, and because tourists may have not entirely noticed the deeper issue, what stakeholders can inform us, and overall we get
Absolutely.
the holistic understanding of the phenomena or the situation and the topic we are discovering. For question number second, as I have said that each group contribute unique insights, and together they can give us the overall understanding and the comprehensive understanding. Like we can add local residents, business owners, government authorities, tourist visitors in our group, and we can get the different perspective from the each group, so that our study being more efficient and
Yes,
more
valid and yes,
valid.
absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Shilpi ma'am, one more thing I would like to know. When we are discussing about Mumbai only, right? And these stakeholders, whether they are owners of a business that is, supplier of some kind of service or tourist or government officials, are finally talking about Mumbai only. Then how come their opinion or becomes different? I'm not talking about insight. Insight may be different, but how come their opinion changes about, experience of tourists in Mumbai?
Ma'am, they will actually give responses according to their knowledge of the field. So if we talk about the business owners, they will give about information about how the business scenario regarding to the tourism activities there. And if we are talking about the local residents, they will give you the reviews about how the local peoples are infected or impacted by the tourist flow. Differently, tourists will have their own perception. Government authorities will give us the policy information and different initiatives which they provide in tourism in the Mumbai.
Absolutely correct. Thank you so much, Sontakke sir and Shilpi ma'am. That's such an absolute and beautiful answer. Okay, so what is, if you look at the title of the research, experience of tourist in Mumbai, what is it talking about? Experience kiska? tourist ka. Then how come we are talking to government officials? How come we are talking to taxi drivers? How come we are talking to let's say souvenir sellers? How come we are talking to guides and tour managers? How come we are talking to travel agencies and tour operators? How come we are talking to hotel services providers? I mean, how come these people? Because these people are the part of the same business. And see, we have to understand here, our sample becomes sample. Sample, I'm saying, means one of the respondent becomes a respondent because mostly I'm talking in social sciences research that he happened to be present there. Okay. He is not someone who has been planted or trained to do that thing. Mostly in social sciences research, our list of respondents is not, that is the entire list of population is not with us. So it just happened. We might say that it is, that random distribution, but reality we all know. Okay. So that way, that tourist, the insight of that tourist, the exposure of the good and bad things about the Mumbai as a tourist destination of that tourist is limited. So to give it a wholesome perspective, to increase the credibility of the findings of this research, that these are not confined to just happen to whoever has responded kind of a thing, but is more holistic in nature. We need to collect the information though about the experience of tourists, but tourists are human beings. They do have discussed their goods and bad experiences to all these stakeholders, and even if they have not discussed, these stakeholders themselves have experienced being a old experienced people in this field. So that's how, if we do this triangulation of the respondents, the sources of data, then we get a more holistic view, providing more credibility and validity to our research and making it more organic in nature. And that's what triangulation is all about. Okay, now we are moving to next slide. Next slide is exercise 2. Is this visible, sir?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in this previous exercise, I discussed about qualitative research. Okay, now I'm going to discuss about quantitative research. So let's say you are doing another research again on Mumbai also, or Mumbai only, and this is about over tourism in Mumbai. Okay, so if it is going to be a quantitative, chances are high you have prepared a questionnaire and then you are going to collect data through using survey method. Okay, so which sources of data will you use? Why will you use? What kind of information will you get respectively from them? Because you may be, see, you have to understand here that you might have prepared different survey questionnaire for different stakeholders, because this is not going to now an open discussion like the previous one, qualitative. This is going to be a quantitative. Either there will be filter questions in that, sorry, or you are going to prepare separate questionnaire for every stakeholder. So which specific point will you keep in mind while preparing questionnaire for these different stakeholders if you are doing a quantitative research on over tourism in Mumbai? I'm giving example of Mumbai, keeping in mind that most of the people, most of my participants are from Mumbai. You have 2 minutes, just 2 minutes. We have already done half of it in the previous one. What elements in your questionnaire will be different? Just think about one stakeholder and what specific information will you get from that particular stakeholder. Please raise your hand once you have completed.
Dear participants, once you are ready with your answer, kindly raise your hand.
Depending on the stakeholder with whom you are going to take this questionnaire, which specific information would you look forward to? Stakeholder and specific information. Even if you have just one answer with yourself, it's fine. And it's not like that stakeholder or that needs to be a person. Can there be other sources of information which is not just a human being? Still you get the information about over tourism in Mumbai. That is also triangulation. It's not just about going to person, a human being, to get the response. There may be secondary data sources for the same research. Any response, sir?
No,
Not
ma'am.
yet.
No one has it raised any.
Okay, no problem, no problem. So let me, take this advantage of you not telling me. Let me tell you. Anyways, teachers are always, keen on talking too much. So data sources which you may be using may be the feedback provided to travel agency and tour operator. What if repeatedly in that tour feedback form, tourists are saying that they were expected to reach at a certain site by, let's say, 12 p.m. and instead of 12 p.m. they reached by 1 p.m. Because of it was a lunchtime and their entire tour has gone derailed? Isn't it an example of over tourism in that area? Too much crowded? Or what about local transportation providers are going to tell you when it is about over tourism, there cannot be anyone better source than local transportation providers. Or geotagged photographs. There are so many photographs which are geotagged, wherein, we tag those photographs with location. This is called geotagging. So in that one, we always say this thing, this, at this place, on this occasion, at this time, and look at the number of people, so many were there, this and that. So you have to here take out those words which are going to code over tourism or overcrowdedness at that place because of tourism. Okay, so geotagged photographs on social media. Then another type of data which I was expecting till now, maybe the researchers will say, mobile phone location data. We all keep on sharing mobile phone location nowadays, especially after Corona. Most of the time, I would say 90-95% time our location is on. So if you talk to any of the, internet services provider and you collect the data from them, like how many phone numbers were active at a certain place, this will somewhere tell you about the expected presence, more or less, not an exact number, of people who were there in that area. So generally, how many are there on this occasion? So many numbers were active. On this occasion, this was expected, but this did not happen. So that's how actually mobile phone location data from the service provider is also a very good source of information. So, it is not just about talking to stakeholders, taking interviews, and, the researcher themselves doing this thing. No, it may also be that there are so many secondary sources which are available, and most of these sources are, let me tell you, nowadays IT based. Okay, like I gave you example of geotagging, I gave you example of mobile phone location data. These all are highly IT based thing, highly technology based thing. These are also good sources of information nowadays to conduct the research. And if we somehow triangulate the data which we have received from all of them on the basis of the requirement of our, research, and then we, go ahead with our research will be, completely thorough. Okay. So now let's move further. I'm going to slide number next. I don't remember the slide number.
Yeah. You can see my mixed method research.
Okay. Any questions so far? Baba Sahib, sir, any hand raised?
No, ma'am. Like participant, if you have any question, you can unmute yourself and ask the question, or you can just raise the hand so that I can announce your name and you can then raise your query.
Okay, sure. Okay. Thank you, sir. Now, mixed method research. Let us discuss about this thing because we generally have this thing in our
One
mind.
hand is raised, ma'am.
One
Shilpi,
hand is raised,
Shilpi.
ma'am.
Yeah, Shilpi, you can unmute and talk.
Yes, ma'am. My question is, as you have just tell us about that, we can get the transport data from the local transport suppliers
Yes,
about the
ma'am.
tourist inflow and congestion levels, and also you have tell us that we can get the movement pattern and like hotspot to the hotspot over for the overcrowded areas. Did
Yes,
the
ma'am.
online platforms also provide the information about the crowded area and the service quality also and the experience issues related to the tourist, that is also the part of the this triangulation, and that the data set
Absolutely,
need to
ma'am.
be used.
If you do ethnographic research, if
What is
you
that?
do ethnographic research
Okay.
is a research which is based on the data which is already available on internet. So through
Okay.
geotagged photographs, you can easily find out like those places which tourists found overcrowded. For this thing, like phone numbers which were active, certainly you need to contact to the internet service provider. This information will not be available, but geotagged photograph will give you a lot of information about these things.
Okay. Okay,
Location
ma'am.
based data. We call it
Yes, yes,
location based data generally. It
okay.
is easily
And then,
available on different social media.
yes, yes. Okay. Okay.
Okay, so I'm moving further. So next title is mixed method research. Generally, what comes in our mind that whenever we are doing mixed method research, we are doing triangulation. And I have also been telling you this thing since my starting of this lecture. But I would like to clarify one very crucial point here. Every mixed method research is not using triangulation. Triangulation, whenever has been used, the chances are high that that result is actually a mixed method research, but not all mixed method research are using triangulation. So let me explain you this thing with the help of another example. So let's say you conduct a research to analyze user attention and cognitive processes during a specific task. Okay, you are analyzing the user attention and how much attention that user is giving and what are the cognitive processes that user is doing at that point of time during a particular task, and that task is watching an advertisement. Okay, in this case, this particular example, it is watching an advertisement. So for those who do not know the meaning of cognitive processes, cognitive processes is actually a mental operation or set of functions such as, attention, perception, memory, or maybe reasoning that allows individual to acquire, store, retrieve, and use information during a specific task. So in this case, the task is, watching that advertisement, and while watching that advertisement, how the attention, eyeball movement or some kind of body movement or some kind of response which is coming in that in that particular respondent, that will be discussed. Okay, so now you are running an experiment to check the impact of an advertisement on the targeted audience. Okay, targeted audience means your respondent here. You have taken that respondent from your audience to whom you are going to show that advertisement. Let's say that advertisement is about IPL. Okay, so sports tourism. So IPL. So you are showing that advertisement to some cricket lover. Okay, so that cricket lover has become a targeted audience. And to validate the quantitative, eye tracking pattern, because you are seeing how effective that advertisement is going to be for that cricket lover. So you are going to use for that qualitative behavior insights, and you will also involve 3 researchers in analyzing the data, because this is qualitative. One person is going to analyze, it is going to be a researcher bias, which we do not want after using the triangulation method. So there will be following phases in this research. Okay, number 1 will be quantitative phase. Okay. Let me get this answer first of all from all of you. So I hope you have understood the research. Okay. So now just tell me, how are you going to actually conduct this research using triangulation method? And let me tell you, this is going to be a quantitative phase and there is going to be a qualitative phase in that. So what will you do in quantitative phase? What will you do in qualitative phase? I'm again explaining an advertisement on the IPL has been prepared that is going to be shown to a cricket lover, and then we are going to check his attention span and to check his responses towards that advertisement, his cognitive processes and other things, and then we are going to find out the or assess the effectiveness of that advertisement. Now, how can we do this using triangulation in methodology, using quantitative phase as well as the quantitative as well as qualitative methods together? And investigated triangulation, I have already told you, because there are three people who are going to, researchers who are going to analyze this qualitative data. So just 5-7 seconds we will wait, otherwise I'll move further with explanation of this, because this one is little complicated.
Okay, ma'am. If any hand is raised, I will let you know, ma'am.
Yes, sir. No response, sir?
No, ma'am. No any hand raised so far.
Okay, no problem. So there are going to be 2-3 types of triangulation which we are going to do in this. First will be, there is going to be a quantitative, side of this research. So in this, what this particular researcher who is doing this quantitative analysis will do, he is going to do the eye tracking experiment using a metrics like time, how much fixation of eye, how much duration of the eye fixation which was there, total fixation duration, and then scan path. Means, first of all, what are those points of the screen where that advertisement was there and where the eyes of this respondent were fixed. What was the duration of that gaze? What kind of cognitive behavior this person has shown during that point of time? After that, that gaze or that look on that screen or the eye movement has gone from that particular point to where, and these all things are going to be quantified in the form of a matrix. Duration, how many times, what will be the duration from that point to another point, and if that specific point, how many number of times. So this is going to be a quantitative detail, quantitative analysis. After that, there is going to be a qualitative phase, and in this qualitative phase, semi-structured interviews will be conducted by the researchers, or they are going to tell their responses, like, when I was looking at that part of the screen, this was there and this was happening and this created so much of excitement in me, or maybe I was expecting that this is how this advertisement is going to further and going to excite me and motivate me to go and watch this IPL in, let's say, Wankhede, Mumbai, but somehow I did not get that much of excitement. So I was expecting, but it was not up to my expectation, or there may be something I was expecting, this is going to be a good motivator for me to go and watch and purchase ticket, but then it just happened without even completing the advertisement, and I got so much motivated, I'll certainly go and watch it. So this is beyond the expectation of the person who has made this advertisement, so this marketer. So that's how we need to understand, like, this semi-structured interview, that gaze was there, duration was there, number of times gaze was there, all this metrics is there, but what was happening cognitively inside that person's mind is going to be a qualitative analysis. Okay, and there may be a semi-structured interview or another way which has been done for this qualitative analysis, think aloud protocols. This is called think aloud protocols. So the moment you have looked at it and something is coming in your mind, let's say the final thing is, I'm going to purchase that ticket. So the moment this motivation has come in your mind, immediately the respondent is going to, now I'm going to watch this. So the moment he has said, now I'm going to watch this, means the work of that advertisement has been done. So all these things will be, or so many times, if you remember, when you watch TV and some match is happening on the TV, suddenly what happened? We started, banging our hand on the table or sofa, or banging our, foot towards the floor. Oh, wow, yay. So this is that, Quantitative means number of time, how many times have you banked, and qualitative means what was happening inside the mind of that person. So this is going to be asked. These all data will be clubbed together, whatever differences will be there, this will be discussed, and then investigate through investigator triangulation. These two methodologies will be merged together. Okay, so there were two, please listen to me now carefully. There were two different methods applied: quantitative, qualitative. Different investigators, one or maybe two or three for quantitative, and I gave an example of three for qualitative. Findings were different because these were different methodologies, separate. But through investigator triangulation, these researchers will now sit together. There will be certain things which will be common for all these, steps of analysis, the findings of these analysis, and there will be certain things which will be similar also. So through discussion, now these researchers will come to commonalities, more of common findings, and this is how actually for finding a single statement, a single research question, which was the effectiveness of that particular advertisement on the targeted audience, will be answered. For this single research question, this will be answered. So single research question was answered using different researchers, different methodologies, completely distinct methodologies. This is mixed method research using triangulation, because different methods were applied, different researchers were used to reply to the same question, and not that you have a research in which you have two questions, one you are using quantitatively, another one you are using qualitatively. So you say this is a mixed method research. No, this is not a mixed method research. This is not using triangulation. You are simply using two different methods for replying to different questions. This is not triangulation. Triangulation is when you actually reply to the same question using different methodologies or different researchers, but replying to the same question. I hope I have made this point clear to all of you. Any question, please ask, then we will move further.
Participants, if you have any query, please ask question. Ma'am, yes, Silpi ma'am, please unmute yourself and ask your query.
Ma'am, as you have informed us that we will do the research for the same question in quantitative method and qualitative method, and then we when we add the different investigators for both the quantitative and qualitative method for triangulation. Who are the investigators in this?
Investigators are researchers. One investigator or maybe two or three you have used for the quantitative one, right? And then in qualitative, I have already told you. In qualitative, generally we use more of investigators or more of researchers. Why? Because these are more subjective. Qualitative researches are more subjective. So the more opinion we are going to take from people, the more clear perspective will be there. So in qualitative, we generally use more researchers. So these investigators are basically researchers, number of researchers. Let's say a research being done by 6 people. So these 6 people, maybe 3 are doing quantitative, 3 are doing qualitative. And then all 6 of them are sitting together to triangulate their research findings.
Okay, so ma'am, in the case of doctoral thesis, as a particular person is doing the doctoral thesis, then what should he do?
Ma'am, you already have, so many people with yourself, like you talk about your own supervisor, other research scholars, other supervisors and senior faculty members in your department. And when we do this research, though, since it is a thesis, like you may have your co-supervisor also. Okay, so when you write your thesis in your acknowledgement part, you always acknowledge the contribution of these people. So if somebody has helped you in data collection, if somebody has helped you, may not be your supervisor or co-supervisor, or may not be even your co-author in your publications for that particular thesis, but since these people have helped you, you always acknowledge their cooperation in completion of your thesis work. So you do acknowledge them. Thesis has a different limitation. But
Okay,
still
ma'am.
you acknowledge their, or maybe you add them in your publications, research publications, research paper, I mean.
Okay, so we have to collect both the data from both the matters, and then we will triangulate these the outcomes in the discussion part.
Yes, ma'am. But then the more important thing is that you are actually solving that one single question. You are not
Yes,
solving
yes.
two research questions using two different methodologies. That is something which we need to be very careful about.
Okay, ma'am. Got it. Got it. Thank you.
Baba Sahib, sir, any other question?
No, ma'am, no any hand raise. I think we can proceed.
Okay, thank you, sir. So I'm moving further.
Yes, ma'am.
So different names which have been assigned, to this triangulation or this method of research are multi-method, which was given by Brennan in 1992, mixed methodology, which was given by Tashakori and Tedley in 1998, then mixed method, which was given by Creswell, I'm sure you must have read his book, and Tashakori and Tedley in 2003, then multi-strategy by Bremen in 2004, mixed method research by Beckett and Zosniewski. It's not my native, language, so I may be pronouncing it a little wrongly, so I'm sorry. That Zosniewski, and then there is another, yes, there is one more which is called merge method. So these are different names which have been provided to whenever we do research using multiple methods. So just a minute, slide is again not changing. Sir, has the slide changed?
Yes, ma'am. We are on the next slide. In 1980s and antipathy of quantity.
Okay, yeah. So now, Abhi, before this slide, we have discussed about how can mixed method research become triangulation. Now we are going to find out how we means triangulation has actually evolved from mixed method research. Okay. So in 1980s, it became a more common, please, this is little, little theoretical in nature. So please pay attention towards what I am telling you. That in 1980s, it became a very common phenomena that people started perceiving that when I'm saying people, I'm talking about social science researchers. And they developed an antipathy towards the qualitative research. And they started thinking that quantitative research is somehow better than the qualitative research. In fact, this thing is still, to a certain extent, prevailing in India, still in social sciences. So the more we start following this perception that somehow the quantitative research is better than the qualitative research, so the worse it became the chasm which was developing between these two types of distinct method of research. That is, chasm means the gap, the wide gap which comes between any two entities, that is called chasm. So this is called epistemological chasm. Okay, so what is the meaning of epistemology? Meaning of epistemology is that it relates to the theory of knowledge, especially with regard to the method, validity, scope, and distinction between the justified beliefs and opinions. So it became a justified belief somehow that in social sciences research, quantitative research are better than the qualitative research. And then there came a gap between, these two distinct methodologies of conducting research. Okay. So now Sylvia Welby in 2001, the researcher said that this kind of a chasm, this kind of a gap, which is there in these kind of two distinct methodology, is more specific to the discipline. Okay. And it is not pertaining to the research philosophy itself. Means the philosophy of the research is not saying that these two are distinct methodologies. In fact, it is the subject related matter or the stream related method who have started thinking that actually these two are separate methodologies. And later on, there came researchers, many researchers, in fact, who bridged this chasm, this gap, and succeeded in integrating qualitative insights into the interpretation of quantitative survey data. Like just now, I told you in the previous example of that advertisement that how many minutes that person has looked towards that same scene of the advertisement, or how many times has he got a shock, or how many times his heartbeat has increased, how many times has he starting perspiring, or maybe he is starting breathing heavily, or how many times his eyeballs were stuck to the screen, or how many times he felt like he doesn't want to look at the screen any further. Okay, so this was quantitative data, but the same data got a backup from the qualitative way by telling why this thing has come and why this was called cognitive. It was called cognitive behavior of the respondent, who was your targeted audience in that case, because he was actually correlating. Let's say something is coming in your mind, I do not want to see this. Why? Because you have got this impression in your mind that this kind of a thing is dirty, something which you cannot tolerate. Okay, it may be violence, it may be dirt, it may be filthy, it may be related to religion, it may be disrespectful towards someone, whatever negative element may be there in that. But that was there in your mind, that if this thing happens, then like if you talk about, some kind of horror movie. So what happens? Generally, there is a great silence, which is followed by suddenly boom, and then some ghost kind of a structure will come up, right? So the moment there is a silence, our cognitive behavior says there is going to be a ghost after a few seconds, and we close our eyes. So this is cognitive behavior when we look at a screen. Okay. So here then Sylvia Welby said that no, these two are not two different things. And then later on, there were certain researchers who came up and who said that whatever we have found out through our survey means the quantitative data, that gets a qualitative backup to the qualitative research. So these two are finally converging, going into the same direction. The chasm, which was looking earlier because of the researchers' own limitation or maybe perspective, was not associated with the research philosophy, but it was more associated with the discipline researchers themselves. Okay. So in recent years, there are a lot of researchers which have evolved. So to prove the importance of, that received, some researchers claim that the third research method, that is combining these two, in addition to the qualitative and quantitative research methods, and they have assigned it a different name. And these names I have already told you: multi-method, mixed method, mixed methodology, multi-strategy, merged methods, mixed method research. Okay. So these are different names which were given by, and these were the, I have given you time also. If you look at all those people, they have come later on, except for Brennan and Tasha Corey and Tedley, everybody has come in 21st century. So this is something which has recently, coming up, wherein people are saying that these two are not distinct things. In fact, these two are the same thing. Okay. So there, and then this implies that triangulation is the combination of two or more methodological approaches. Now, theoretical perspective, one thing wherein you are adding more than one theories. You are not just talking about some, let's say you are talking about the adoption of AI to decide for a tour, decision making during a tour, right? So one may be technology acceptance model, how much that person is acquainted in using this, what is his hindrances and other things. Sorry. Or another thing may be, what is the penetration of internet in that area? Okay, what is his previous experiences? How much is he himself comfortable traveling? It may be that AI and everything is fine, but he himself does not want to do this kind of a thing. He just wants somebody else to do it for him. So what is his own thinking? Is he that kind of a personality? He wants to do his things on his own? Or is he that kind of a person wherein he wants to pay and let other person do the task for him? So that's what, that only on the basis of technology acceptance model, you cannot take a decision about AI adoption by tourists in decision-making process. It has to be a combination of other theories also. So this is what is called theoretical perspective. Okay. Next is data sources. Data sources we have already done in exercise 1 and exercise 2. You have not just gone to tourists to ask his experience about Mumbai. You have gone to other data sources also, other respondents also. Data sources is respondent. And just by...
Sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. I think, are you on the next slide? The previous one, 1980s?
No, sir. No, sir. I'm still there.
Okay, okay. So,
yes, sir. I'm still explaining this only. This
okay.
Now I'm at the last point, the third research method.
Okay.
I'm
okay.
explaining this third research method right now.
Okay, okay. Sorry, ma'am. I thought like
No,
you...
absolutely fine, sir. Please. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Okay. So this is going to be the data source. So next it is going to be the data source. So you have gone to different respondents. Remember I told you about the population? There are different population having different impression, idea, experiences, insight, and solution to the problem, or maybe ways to improve to the same research question. So if you use these different data sources, this is going to be all empirical right now. Then I told you about geospatial data. Then I told you about uses of mobile, other researches conduct, published, unpublished, theory, gray data, and number of sources which are available. And these all are discrete data sources. So if we collect data from different sources, that also becomes a third research method. Okay. Next is investigator. I gave you example in previous one, quantitative data, qualitative data, but at the end, all of them sat together to reach to a common conclusion. There were differences, no doubt about it. That is why, see, difference is always welcomed in research. Always welcomed. Because it is through differences that we get new ideas. See, I was telling you about Norman Denzing. He was the one who actually coined this term, triangulation. And I was reading one of his book, maybe some 1 or 2, 3 months back. And you won't believe this book was edited by him. Okay. And there was a chapter which was written by Uwe Flick. I'm sure you must have read of Uwe Flick book also. So many of you must have read. Uwe Flick wrote a chapter in Norman Denzing book in which he has criticized this triangulation so badly. And he accepted. Now, Denzing accepted that chapter and got that published in his own edited book for a concept coined, evolved, developed by him only. Okay, so this is the beauty of the research. Researchers do not dissonate in their opinion. Their opinion differ. But to reach to a common conclusion, what is the objective? So they sit together wherever the perspective is stronger, with more of evidences that has been accepted. Wherever it comes as an exception, may be taken, but not as a general thing, but for for the exception side. Okay. And then there is going to be a analysis method. So analysis, like I'm sure you all must be knowing, we collect the data, we make a questionnaire, we collect the data, we divide the data in 2 parts, we do EFA, then we apply, SAM, Amos, CFA. Same data, 2 parts. Why? Analysis. Through different 2 analysis method, we try to check if actually our model is fit or not. So this is how actually we do triangulation in research. Sir, now I'm changing the slide. Please let me know.
Yes, ma'am. Sure.
Has it changed?
No, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. Now it is changed. Triangulation in research, the title of this.
Yeah. So Triangulation is defined as a multiple method, mainly quantitative. I have already explained actually all these things, so I'm going to only read this. Wherever you find like something is important to us, please ask. So mainly quantitative and qualitative in studying the same phenomena. This was told by Jick in 1979, and for the purpose of increasing study credibility. What is the purpose? Credibility, reliability. Okay. Now, using multiple data set method theories, I have already explained actually all these things. Triangulation is mainly used in qualitative research, but it is applied in quantitative. Yeah, we have done it. And then at Zerberger and Preen 1997, triangulation is more precise as it aims to reveal the complete. Yes, please look at second last point. These researchers are saying that triangulation is more precise as it aims to reveal complementarity, convergence, and dissonance among the findings. Okay, so whenever there is going to be, you must be thinking, how come convergence and dissonance? Because through dissonance only, dissonance means difference of opinion. The researchers have sat together and discussed and then converged the common findings and then reached to a conclusion. So that way, different opinion, the reasonality, the rationality, the reason behind this thing, and whatever the phenomena, the observation which has come, everything makes the research more complete. Okay, and comprehensive understanding of the phenomena comes after using the triangulation. Okay, so I'm going to next slide.
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay. Oh, this last word T, which is coming in the heading, this is actually triangulation. Something somehow I think this has got deleted. This T means triangulation here. Okay. So Koch and Boss, they have done a research in 2014, and as per their research, which was published in Tourism Management Perspectives, it is a journal. The triangulation in research in tourism research, a bibliometric study of top 3 tourism journals. This is the name of their title, and in this there was a very unique finding, and they said that 70% of the tourism studies used single method approaches. So triangulation is highly underutilized. This was the finding of Koch and Boss in 2014. They said that most of the researchers use only one research method. Okay, 70% of the researchers. Now, the prominent researchers, if we talk about the early researchers who have worked on the theoretical framework of the triangulations, I have already told you their name, that like Norman K. Denzing was there, Donald Campbell was there, then Fiona Licon was there, then after that Brewer, Collins, Pels, and Andrews. These are some of the prominent researchers who have actually worked in the field of triangulation. And one of the journal which is predominantly publishes on the researches which have done using the methodology using triangulation is Journal of Mixed Methods Research. Okay, so Journal of Mixed Method Research is one of that journal which primarily publishes on researches which have been done using triangulation. And these are few of the researchers. I've given you name. In fact, I've told you also, like Brewer and Collins, they work as a team. Pels and Andrews, they work as a team. Okay. Now I'm going to the next slide.
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay, so why do we need triangulation in researches? So again, I'll use an example to explain this. So let's say the destination development theories explain how tourist locations have evolved, they have grown, and they are being managed. And these often highlight that the balance between the economic growth, community impact, sustainability of different types, these all things are important aspect for making a destination developed and sustained. Okay. Now, economically, if we look at different parts of the world, they have different status, like Western Europe and USA, Australia, New Zealand are highly, or maybe Hong Kong and Singapore are highly developed area, while rest of the world is not so developed. So when we talk about sustainability, their different variables are going to be applicable in different part of the world. So if we think that using only one scale of destination development, any one scale, let's say, and then we can do the research in any part of the world, no, this is not possible. Okay, so here we need to understand this thing, that because, and it's not just about different part of the world. Different destinations also have their nature to be differently. One destination may be a smart tourism destination, another may be spiritual tourism, another way may be rural tourism. Now, if we want to use a smart tourism destination blueprint, or maybe urban tourism destination blueprint to rural tourism, that destination is going to fail. This is not going to survive. So there cannot be one scale, there cannot be one criteria which is going to fit to all the researches. So these destinations will have different dimensions. And in terms of development and sustainability, both, not just in terms of one thing. So even if we talk about development criteria for a rural tourism based destination will be different from the development criteria for a smart tourism based, than from a development of a destination which is a urban tourism based destination. Okay, so that's what we need to understand. Now, and what is the meaning of dimension here? Dimension means variables. Okay, when I'm saying different dimensions, what is the meaning of dimension? Dimension is variable, because the variable for urban tourism destination will be different from the variable of rural tourism destination. And if still there will be few of the parameters, I was talking about differences, but still there will be few of the parameters which will be common to all the dimensions, right? Like you talk about quality of services, it has to be there for all the destinations, irrespective of the nature of that destination, irrespective of the which part of the world is it. Is it first world, second world, third world, whatever. Safety and security of tourists, right? So there will be certain commonality, there will be certain, distinct differences. So a few characteristics will be similar and few will be profoundly different. Okay, and why did I say profound? Because these characteristics are very specific and are very difficult to understand. Okay, so to solve this kind of a research problem, a significant attention needs to be given to use either research methodology or the sources of data, and then the types of data collected, etc. So for those common characteristics, you can go ahead with your common, but for those specific characteristics which are unique, which are profoundly different, you may have to use different kind of research research methodology. Okay, so in social sciences, we have several methods of data collection, like survey is there, observation is there, experimentation is there, interview is there, case study is there, life history construction is there. Okay, and all these methods have their own built-in weaknesses. And these weaknesses actually hinder the researcher to reach to a realistic scenario of the subject under investigation, because this becomes like a threshold. Okay, so let me give you an example. Like survey method has too much reliance on pen paper use. Okay, so any part of the subject of study reality which is difficult to be expressed using pen paper, or maybe in the limited space or time which is there while filling up that form, that will not be investigated properly, because that needs more of discussion, that needs time, that needs more of a space. Okay, so this is what we need to understand, that in observation, that every method of data collection has its own strength and weaknesses. Okay, similarly in observation method, the limitation of sight as a phenomena which requires mental thinking, planning, these cannot be observed. So hence the researchers doing research on higher level of management. Now, what does higher level of management do? Higher level of management do generally, this is an HR, human resource based research. So what does higher management do? Higher management generally thinks and plans. Now, if you are using observation method to observe the higher management, you will always find them sitting idly. Or generally, you will find this kind of a WhatsApp message, jokes on WhatsApp, that what he has to do, he has to only sign. Am I right? So either you will sitting them idly, or you will seeing them signing, that's it. But they are not into taking the printout. They are not into making the calls. They are into planning. They are into analyzing. They are into implementation of things. They are into finding out solution to the problems. And all these things are mental exercises. So how can you collect data if you are doing a HR research on higher level management using observation method? You cannot. Okay. Similarly, if there is going to be a psychological research or maybe religious tourism research, it is not possible. If you do a religious tourism research and you simply do observation method, you will never be able to understand the significance of that particular ritual, because you will be feeling like that a person is moving his hands or maybe singing some arti or some you might not even know what is the meaning of arti. You were just seeing them singing certain song. Okay, but what is the significance of that particular thing? That is only possible if observation method has not been used and you are going to discuss it with that person, right? So all these method of data collection in social sciences have their own limitation. Experimentation method in social sciences research have high ethical constraint. Experimentation, how can you do experimentation in social construct? Very difficult. And have high artificiality, like you want to do some kind of observation of behavior of host towards a tourist, and you want to do an experimentation of that, it will have a lot of limitations, right? Or you want to check the impact of ecology or economy through experimentation method, it's not possible. Impact on economy cannot be checked through experimentation. It has to be done in real life. Okay, so sometimes there are rival interpretive factors also, like over tourism. I gave you example. Over tourism is happening. So what happened? All those 5-star property owners and all, they are going to give you a response. This place has become very crowded, because of which the people who are want to move in their own vehicle and luxury cars, they do not want to come to this area. So we need to decrease the footfalls in this area. While a street vendor or maybe a small restaurant owner who's getting benefited, he's also a stakeholder. He is going to say, if footfall is going to increase, how am I going to survive? So for the same, for solving the same problem, there are rival interpretive factors. If you interpret what these two different stakeholders have said about the same problem, it's like contrast 360, this 180 degree, right? But both of them are right at their own place. So this is how we need to understand that in social sciences research, there are rival interpretive factors. So the social world is constantly changing also. It's a dynamic field, okay? And taking all those, challenges and changes into the consideration by using only one method of research, this is simply not possible. Okay, so here we see that all the methods have some kind of constraint, and these constraints get translated into the result. And that is why credibility and reliability and the usability also of the research goes down. Okay, so that impacts them negatively. Okay, so all these factors, all these reasons for a sound interpretation of the real world must rely on more than one method or sources of interpretation techniques and researches. And using triangulation strategies, this problem, can be solved. Just give me one moment. Sorry, am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am, you're audible.
Oh, my time is about to finish. I have a lot of things left. I'll continue. Okay. So for getting a holistic approach, triangulation should be used. And so that's what Olsen has said in 2004, that usage of triangulation provides a wider and deeper understanding to the study phenomena. Smith and Klein, Denzing, and Golafishani, all these people, Campbell, these all said this validates and increases the accuracy of the finding. Creswell and Miller in 2000, they said that triangulation among different sources of information for converging and exploring themes. So that is why though as of now, 70% of the researchers are not using triangulation in tourism, but we should increasingly be using this. Okay, I have changed the slide. It's on hermeneutics of interpretation.
No, I could see why triangulation in research.
Okay.
Yeah, it's audible. Yeah, it's visible now, ma'am.
Okay. So now we are going to discuss about hermeneutics of interpretation. Now, hermeneutin, this is a word which has come, I may be pronouncing it a little wrongly because this is Greek word. It means to interpret. Now, this entire thing is talking about that you must have heard of this word researcher bias. Whenever we talk about researcher bias says that the researcher should keep themselves away from the entire research and should be a silent observer, right? And whatever is coming neutrally as an outcome of the research, the person should do the research in that way. Why? When we talk about hermeneutin, this goes completely in contrast to this researcher bias. It says that researcher themselves have gone to that place. They have collected the data. They have done secondary data analysis. They have talked to the respondent. They have worked on that. They have got certain insight into that phenomena. And this means that how can they be taken as someone who cannot be a part of research itself? Not just conducting the research, but be a part of the research itself. So here, hermeneutics says that the researcher should not be removed from the subject matter, but it puts the researcher in the center during the interpretive process. Okay, it says that we should not remove the researcher from the entire subject matter. Instead of that, put the researcher at the center, and from the perspective of that researcher, now the researcher should be interpreted. And that's what triangulation also says, because triangulation says that researcher is one of the part of the research. He himself has worked on that. So during the interpretation process, the researcher provides the perspective to the findings. Okay. So the researcher should not be separated from the research. It is not researcher bias, but it is the insight of the researcher, and the researcher becomes a part of the interpretation through this hermeneutin method of interpretation. Is this clear? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay. I'm changing the slide now.
Yeah.
Okay. Now the next is going to be just a minute, why am I getting this? Sir, I'm getting, okay, now it has gone. Now, why triangulation in research? Okay. Number one, to cross-check the evidence. Now, it is important to gather high-quality data for rigorous research. So, when you have data from only one source or one investigator has only collected the data, it may be difficult to say whether the data is trustworthy or not. Am I right? But if data from different multiple sources, investigators, we have got it, then certainly the credibility goes high, right? So the credibility is about how confident the researcher can be about the findings, which can be reflected into the reality of that research domain. Okay. The more your data is converging or is agreeing with each other, the more credible your results are going to be. So this says that triangulation in researches is important. It is good to verify or to cross-check the evidence. If multiple researches are getting the same evidence, it means your data is reliable. Okay. Now I'm giving you an exercise. Think for a research topic to prepare a questionnaire on Likert scale for conducting a survey. Think for 2-3 minutes and then reply. If you want, you can work in group also. So how will you find, you don't have to prepare the questionnaire. You have to plan preparing the questionnaire. Okay. Think of a topic and then plan preparing the questionnaire. How will you find out the item or variable or the statement which you should include in your questionnaire? Okay. What do you understand by reverse statement or reverse coded items, and why do we use them? Why do you use reverse coded items in your questionnaire? And then who will be your respondent? Think for just 2-3 minutes. You don't have to prepare a questionnaire. You have to answer to these questions only.
Participants kindly take 3 to 4 minutes time to ponder upon this exercise given by the ma'am and come up with your questionnaire ideas, I will say rather. Once you are ready with your answers, kindly raise your hand.
Okay, sir, we have limited time and there are a lot of researchers which I wanted to discuss in this. So I'm moving further if there is no response.
Because only half an hour is left, ma'am.
Yes, sir. So in this one, my objective to give you this exercise was to actually, when you are going to find out variables or items or a statement, you are not going to refer to only one secondary research. Okay. You are going to refer to so many researches which have been done for a similar kind of problem. And you are going to verify if for this kind of a problem, this item or this variable is going to be used in multiple researches or not. And if they are going to be used, only then you're going to add that item. Okay, and then what is reverse statement? In reverse statement or reverse quoted statement, you write the same thing in reverse direction. Like the question is like, I like this. Okay, so then you're going to make reverse of it. I do not like to say that I don't like this. So two negative make one positive. That makes a reverse statement. Why do you do this? You do this to check the attention span of your respondent. Also to verify that what your respondent is saying, that is triangulation of data. This is second point is triangulation of data. That whatever is saying, it's not just happened that person was doing tick, tick, tick on one side and then he responded. Actually, if the person who was the respondent actually meant what he was saying, then he is going to reply in negative way in this reverse statement. Okay. Then who will be your respondent? You are going to take response for this also. This population is also going to be decided by you on the basis of similar researches done in earlier and who were respondent in that. So whatever we do in our researches, we always try to triangulate and whatever we say, justify it. So many times you must have heard of this word, justify. Why did you use this item? Why do you use this statement? Why did you collect data? Why did you collect data from them? Justify this. Just justify is actually done on the basis of triangulation. That I'm not the only one who has been doing this. Others have also done this. Okay. So now I'm moving further. Why triangulation in researches? I'm moving further. To get a complete picture. Now, triangulation helps you get a more complete understanding of your research problem. When you rely on only one data source, methodology, or investigator, you may risk bias in your research. Observer bias may occur when there is only one researcher collecting data. Similarly, using just one methodology means you may be disadvantaged by inherent flaws of the limitation of that research. Like I told you earlier, every method of data collection has certain flaw. So that's what we need to, be very sure about. Next is to enhance the validity. Now, validity is about how accurately a method measures that it's supposed to measure. This is what is called validity. You can increase the validity of your research through triangulation. Since each method has its own strengths and weaknesses, you can combine complementary methods. So it cannot be any method. Those methods which are complementary by nature that account for others, limitation. Now, let me give you an example. Using multiple methods, using behavioral observation comes with downside because participants who know they are being watched, they may act in different ways. Okay, so you may collect data through observation, you may collect data by discussing through them, you may collect data through survey method, and then you triangulate whether these all things are going in the same direction or not. Now I'm going to next slide, which is pros and cons of triangulation in research. Sir, please let me know if it has changed.
Yeah, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay, I hope I'm not going with a too fast speed.
No, ma'am, it's okay, no problem.
Okay, so it reduces the bias. When we talk about the pros and cons, it reduces the bias. Now, triangulating data, method, investigations, and theories, they help to avoid the bias that comes with using a single perspective in the research. Okay, because limitation of knowledge, limitation of experience. So you will get a well-rounded look into the research topic when you use the triangulation, and that reduces the bias. Now, next is establishes credibility and validity. Now, combining different methods, data sources, theories, this all enhances the credibility and validity of the research. And you will be able to trust that your data reflect real life more closely when you gather actually using multiple perspective and multiple techniques. Okay. Now, what are the cons? In that condition, the first one is time consuming. Triangulation is a very time consuming and labor intensive process. And you need to juggle different data set, sources, methodology, different kind of analysis to do the same, solve the same research question. So that it's a very time consuming process. It is highly expensive also because you are using multiple sources of data collection for solving the same problem. Beside this, you may be even using different researchers also. And we all know researchers are expensive. Okay. Next is it is inconsistent. Sometimes the data from different sources, investigators, methods may not line up to give you a very clear picture. Like I gave you previously, that five-star hotel property owner is going to say that lesser footfall is required, while a person who is owning a small restaurant might say that footfall is fine if lesser people are there. So this is going to be inconsistent with each other. So your data may be inconsistent and it may even contradict each other. So this does not necessarily mean that your research is not coherent or incoherent by nature. No, your research is absolutely fine. Don't raise a question on your research. Rather, you will need to dig deeper to make sense of why your data is contradictory. So if these people, two respondents have contrast opinion about the same problem, you need to dig deeper to find out like what is the problem, how can you provide. See, it's all about profitability. So if your restaurant owner is saying lesser footfall means lesser profit to me, then you have to work on giving him ways to make more profit by lesser footfall, and that is going to solve the problem for your restaurant owner as well as to the that hotel owner also. So that's what this inconsistent point is saying, that inconsistent data may be confusing, but that nowhere says that your research is not coherent. Research is coherent, but try to find out the reason for this difference of opinion and work on that, and that will make your research complete. Okay. Any problem till here?
No, ma'am, no any problem.
Okay, fine. So now I'm going to different types of triangulation in research. So as per Denzing, he gave, Norman Denzing, he gave 4 methods, but then Kimchi et al. In 1991, they said there is 5th one also. And I think they gave analysis triangulation, the 5th one. Okay. So number 1 is data triangulation. Now, data triangulation name itself is suggesting you are going to triangulate the data. So are you going to use the data from different times, like, in longitudinal result, that's what we do, or maybe different spaces like geographical area, like, people like you may collect data from Europe, you may collect data from Japan, you may collect data from, let's say Australia, 3 different part of the world, 3 different continents, to find out why do people come to India. for touring purpose. And when we do this kind of a data triangulation, our results are more likely to be generalizable. So whenever we say this thing that our result can be generalized only if we do data triangulation. Okay, so collect data from different sources. So as we collect data over a more dispersal area, it can be generalized. So it is often believed that data triangulation helps in validating the claims. Whatever claim which we have made during our pilot study, that can only be validated if we have done this data triangulation. Next is investigator triangulation. Investigator triangulation means multiple researcher or observer to collect, process, and analyze separately. And then later on, they will sit together, they will see the dissonance, they will converge the findings. So it increases the study credibility, validity, and depth, because difference of opinion has been considered and they try to converge it. So it reduces the individual researcher's bias also, because subjective distortion which comes with a single researcher actually gets decreases when we use investigator triangulation. And it provides a more comprehensive, balanced, and interpretation of findings are definitely much better if we have investigator triangulation. Okay. Now, for example, in your behavioral data, you involve multiple observer to code your participants' behavior. Okay. So like I was telling you this thing in that advertisement, experiment, wherein there were 3 researchers to code his qualitative data. Why? Because you have to check this thing that these people are going to give the interpretation of the behavior of the respondent differently. Okay, and this is what is required in investigator behavior. But here we have to be very clear about this thing, that whatever way this coding has to be done has to be provided to these investigators before starting the experiment, as well as at the same time they are being trained to code it. Otherwise, there will be a difference which will be based on complete 2 different ways of thinking, and that data triangulation will not be concrete in nature, will not be, even if the finding will be convergent, but it will not be realistic. Okay, so the way in which these different investigators have to code the finding, have to code the data, this is to be provided to them earlier. Okay. Next is theory triangulation. Now, using more than one theoretical scheme in your research, and then applying several different theoretical frameworks in your research, instead of approaching to a research question with just one theoretical perspective, is what is called as theory triangulation. Now, we apply theory triangulation in social sciences, especially in behavioral researches. Like I gave you, only AI adoption cannot be done on the basis of, providing only TAM theory. It may be TAM theory, it may be previous experiences, it may be about education, it may be about how much that person is confident in doing this, it may be about how much that person wants to invest time. This TAM may apply for different class of the society differently. This TAM may be applied for different generation in the society differently. So all these things have to come in perspective. It cannot be just TAM and it will be done. No. Okay. Now, next is methodological triangulation. Methodological triangulation, I have given little more detail about this thing, because when we talk about tourism management research, we primarily do methodological triangulation, adding qualitative and quantitative data. Okay, so this is one of the most common type of triangulations in which the researcher uses different methodologies or approaches. Like researches, while qualitative or narrative data is collected, and then quantitative or the numerical data is collected, and then the findings are combined for the same topic. Now, let me give you an example, like what motivate people to behave in a certain way, or maybe cooperative or uncooperative way towards the tourist. So in that way, there can be a qualitative research, there can be a quantitative research, and then this can be done. Now, designing a mixed method study can be broken down into 4 types. Okay, convergent parallel, embedded, explanatory sequential, and exploratory sequential. I'm not going to give much in detail of this because I do not have time. Now, it can be like within a method also. Like when you are doing a mixed method research, it can be within a method. Within a method means in qualitative itself, more than one method of doing qualitative researches can be done. Like, let me give you an example of in qualitative, let's say you are using Vosphere and as well as you are using Biblioshiny. But both of these are qualitative. Okay, so this is within method triangulation in only qualitative research in tourism management. So within means in that one way of doing research, qualitative itself, you have used more than one method. Similarly, you can do in between also. In between is where you have added qualitative and quantitative together. Okay. And both of these will be mixed method. Even if you are using only one within, that is qualitative, and you have used two research method, that will also be called mixed method. Okay. And similarly, we can collect data from different sources also. And the last one is analysis triangulation. Now, analysis triangulation, when we use more than one type of analysis, like I gave you example, you have made a questionnaire, you have collected data, you have divided the data. Initially, you have applied EFA, you have got the factors, you have prepared your, model, AMOS, and then after that, you have, uploaded the data and checked using CFA. So this is going to be on the same data, you have done analysis triangulation. Then you have checked whether your model is fitting into or not. So on the same data through EFA and then applying CFA, you have checked which elements are important, which items are important, which factors are important. Okay. So this is analysis triangulation. And last line is very important, that when researcher employs more than one type, then multiple triangulation. Even in triangulation also, maybe you are doing a research wherein you are doing analysis triangulation or methodological triangulation, and there will be more than one researcher for doing that research. So that is going to be multiple triangulation. And this multiple triangulation is one term which was coined by Pollitt and Hungler in 1995. Now, next is problems in designing triangulated researches. Sir, any question till now?
No, ma'am, no any hand raised so far. I think
Okay.
we'll take the questions at the end of the session.
Okay, fine, sir. Fine, sir. A lot of things are left. And I primarily want to go here.
Okay.
And here. This is very interesting. Okay, we have only this one slide. Fine. So next is this only. So problems in designing triangulated research. So primarily there are 4 problems. Number 1 is identifying a research problem and then developing a research design where triangulation method can be used. So you have, see, triangulation we have been talking so much about that it seems like it's very easy. But when we actually develop a research design, then at what point of time, second researcher, multiple data sources, second type of analysis, from where else to collect data beside this, which is the other way of doing the same thing. Doing that thing at this preliminary stage of designing the research is something which is problematic and it requires an expertise. Okay. Second is reconciling discrepant findings and interpretation, and this requires a high expertise. Like I gave you example wherein for the same phenomena, 2 respondent might have given you completely contrast responses. So how will you interpret this? Because this is completely, they are not reconciling with each other. So this reconciliation is something which is a little difficult task and it requires a high expertise. Like I gave you example that what this restaurant should do to increase the profitability with lesser footfall. It looks very easy. It's sounding very easy. But when actually you will ask an expert to apply it at the ground level, it is difficult. Okay. Now, using multiple methods of triangulation and still maintaining the novelty in the result is difficult. So you have used multiple methods or you have used triangulation and still your novelty is maintained is difficult. Why? Because you are already using certain things which is done by someone else earlier. And then you are saying that you are saying, trying to reach to a common factor. And that common factor means something similar is existing. So if something similar is existing, then how to bring that novelty to your research is little difficult. Okay. Now, restricted sources like time, money, experts, sometimes even sources of data also becomes a problem. Restaurant owner may give you responses. Other small vendors and stakeholders will give you responses. But getting a interview to be conducted for a research by any general manager of a five-star property is not such an easy task. But he is one of that key respondent in your entire research who might be giving you insight or responses which may worth 50 other respondents. So this is something that how to reach to these people is something which is difficult. Okay. Now, triangulation methodologies, procedures, and examples. Here in this one, I have given you, I think, some 6 or 7 examples I have given you. So these are the examples of few of the research which were recently conducted in last 4 to 5 years. And they have applied triangulation methods in their researches. So first example, which I have given you, this is very interesting component. Please pay attention. Sir, is there any question or should I move further?
No, ma'am, no any hand raised so far. You can continue.
Okay, sir, thank you. Now, exploratory triangulation mixed method. Now, it is used to validate the findings to exploring different data sources, like matching hospitality recruiters' criteria with graduate attributes. Now, Nock in 2012, in his research, Exploratory Triangulation Design in Mixed Method Studies, a case of examining graduating seniors who meet hospitality recruiter selection criteria. This is what was done by Nock, and he used exploratory triangulation mixed method approach to hospitality and tourism research. In this approach, what he did, he actually contacted the hospitality recruiters and discussed with them their selection criteria for entry level of managerial positions in the college recruiting settings, while exploring and triangulated with the attributes of hospitality graduating seniors who received the job offer. So at one point, he has discussed with the recruiters who were hiring. At another point of time, he has contacted those new entrant in the industry who have got the job offer. And then he has asked from the recruiters about their selection criteria, and then independently, not with the help of those recruiters, independently, he has explored that criteria in these people. And then he has got to know that actually these two, criteria were matching. Whatever was the criteria, was that characteristic there in the respondent or in that newly recruitee. So this is how he has said that these recruitments are not something which is very light. People take their any of the candidate only when they have got the right one. So development of those skills which are as per the expectation of the recruiters is very important. Now, next research is concurrent triangulation. It involves simultaneous collection and analysis of qualitative and quantitative data, often with equal weighing to corroborate findings. Now, for example, public participation in GIS studies. Okay, so GIS is that location-based data. Now, Valegwa, in his 2014 research, the name of that research was a mixed methods public participation GIS. It is called PPGIS, Public Participation GIS in Tourism, a concurrent triangulation approach. PPGIS is a participatory research method that using the mapping and technological capabilities of GIS to leverage community knowledge, enhance local decision-making processes, and improve the community members' lives. So PPGIS uses maps to capture people's cognitive response representation of the given space. Like whenever people is at that space or whatever, however way they have perceived that place, that goes to PPGIS. He employed a concurrent triangulation mixed method approach. The study used qualitative and quantitative techniques to overcome the inherent challenges of using a single method and to corroborate the findings. Now you must be, I'm sure you have not been able to understand this entire research language. Let me make this clear to you by simple language. They have used PPGIS data. PPGIS data has been collected using geotagging, and then they have checked, the researcher has checked that how actually people have perceived that place, how they have defined that particular place, and then they have seen is it the same in which actually that particular management of that area is also trying to portray. And this is how they have come to the conclusion that if somebody is saying that, let's say, Assi Ghat in Varanasi is a very auspicious place, then all those people who are visiting Assi Ghat of Varanasi and use geotagging their images or other thing and later on describing that place through their feedback or through their any post, are they saying that Assi Ghat is religious? Or are they saying it is more of a funky place? It is more of a fun place. You go and sit there for some time, have tea, coffee, Maggie, and come back. So this is what is that entire research was about. They have collected data from those, site management companies, how they are explaining that place, and then they have collected the data from the people who have used this geotagging, and then they have checked whether these two data are corroborating or not. If it is not, then it means there is a gap. If it is matching, then it means it is correct that this management company, which is the responsible for this place, they have managed this place, or they have placed this product price place promotion wala place I am talking about. They have positioned that destination rightly. Okay, so this gap they have analyzed whether this gap is existing or not. I hope I have cleared this concurrent triangulation. Simultaneously, what the visitors are saying, simultaneously, what that site management company is saying. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Could I clear this concurrent triangulation?
Yes, ma'am.
B
Yes,
point,
ma'am.
sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, hybrid and interdisciplinary approaches. Now, it combines content analysis, semiotics. Semiotics means wherein these signs, images, and pictures are, interpreted. The impression of these things, like if you talk about swastik. So swastik is straight line, vertical and horizontal like this. But same swastik, when it goes to Nazi, same design is there, it becomes little tilted. And both the way, it gives a different impression in the mind of people. This is what is semiotics. Okay. And other method of research, the insights. Now, especially in tourism advertising and marketing. Now, this research was done by Bowen et al. In 2006, and they called it hybrid analysis in tourism research. And this emphasized that researchers must be particularly diligent when applying multiple methods and should be able to be carefully articulate how the approaches complement each other. So this paper examines a quantitative and qualitative hybrid methodology that can be used to examine tourism advertisement images. So two main research approaches have been commonly used to study tourism images: content analysis and semiotic analysis. So this paper gave a very detailed analysis by using a mixed method. So that way we have been talking about a lot about qualitative, quantitative, this and that. But this is one such research which has used the qualitative data in the form of content analysis, and another one was pictures. So what is the image which these pictures are portraying in the mind of the respondent? So this was hybrid and interdisciplinary approach. Next is concurrent data collection. Now, linking interviews and surveys from the same respondents, analyzing separately, then comparing and supplementing results. And this is what was done by Puhaka et al. In their research in 2014. Now, sustainability perspectives on Olanka National Park, Finland, mixed method in tourism research was the name of this particular research, which was done by Pohakai et al. In 2014. Now, they collected both qualitative data through interviews and simultaneously collected quantitative data and analyzed them using quantitative data was analyzed using non-parametric test. Okay, this if you look at this screen at the last, I have written that qualitative data was collected through interview, fine, but simultaneously the data which was collecting using survey, that was analyzed using non-parametric test. Can somebody tell me why non-parametric test was used in this?
Ma'am, actually, non-parametric tests are used when the data is not symmetric data. That is what my understanding is.
Yeah, because we have collected data from the same respondent.
Okay.
Same respondent was once interviewed and next time quantitative survey. So the number of respondents was lesser. So data was not normally distributed. So they used non-parametric test. Okay. I have especially emphasized this thing because till now we were discussing about whatever we have collected through quantitative. Based on that, we were doing qualitative. But here they have reversed the process. They have done qualitative and that on the basis of those numbers, they have done quantitative, and since the number was lesser, so non-parametric test. Okay. Now, advanced integration. Now, using visual interpretation like dendrograms, dendrograms are actually when we do quantitative research, then when we are doing clustering, then we make a tree kind of a structure. And in that one, couple of clusters, they combine together, like, two branches combined together. That is called dendrogram. Okay. And participant feedback was collected to interpret the quantitative findings. So they have collected the data quantitatively first. Then they created the dendrogram. Whatever quantitative data was collected, it was clustered, dendrogram was prepared, and they said, you have said these two elements, we have clubbed these two elements together, and now this is coming as one element. And then this was shown to the same respondents in group, and they were asked to give their responses about their dendrogram, whether what they have said at that point of time and now what is coming as the finding of the research, do they agree with that? If after looking at the dendrogram, they said, yes, that's what we meant by that, we can club these two things together, or yes, when I'm saying that, one thing is similar to that thing and that is coming as a finding in the research also, then it was taken as a positive sign, and that was concluded. Wherever the researchers, the respondent have said that, no, we do not go in line with this, they have omitted that out. So Alexander et al., they gave this research in 2021. So quantitative research are represented visually, that is in the form of a dendrogram, fed back, followed up with the focus group conversation with the same group, okay, who have given quantitative data. Now, it facilitates the real-time data integration that is participant-driven and visually supported in unique contribution to the article of mixed method research. So there was no qualitative analyzer in this. There was no researcher who was doing qualitative analysis. There was only one researcher who was doing quantitative analysis, preparing the dendrogram, and then this dendrogram was given to the respondent to do their qualitative analysis on their own and reply if they agree to the findings. If they were agreeing to the findings, then those findings were incorporated in the final findings of the research. Okay. Now, I have changed the slide, sir. Can you see this?
Yes,
Best practices.
Yes, ma'am. You can see.
Okay. So how do we do best practices of data integration using, triangulation? Now, equal weightage should be given. Now, treat qualitative and quantitative data as to be equally important. You cannot say that quantity is more important, as I told you when there was a chasm, okay, epistemological chasm. No. Same weightage should be given to qualitative data as well as to quantitative data. Next is this pragmatic paradigm. Align theoretical understanding with practical data collection and analysis. Means that whatever theory is saying, take this as a more acceptable form and then collect the data. And if your data is not aligning with the theory, then please go back, do your research again, and then prepare the question and collect the data. So theory comes first, has more weightage. Data collection has lesser weightage. Can somebody tell me why was the reason when actually this pragmatic approach of paradigm was accepted in triangulation? Why theory was given more importance and lesser to data collection?
Participant, just you can unmute yourself and reply to the question of ma'am.
See, this lecture is heavy. I know it's a highly theoretical and very in-depth. So you have to be responsive.
Very, very technical one, yeah. So
Yeah, it's very technical, sir.
yes, yes.
I had very limited time. Actually, this lecture was not of 2 hours. Actually, it requires 3 hours. A lot of points I have skipped.
Yeah,
That is why,
we can
you
we
know,
can take it up in the next when we do the next session, we can take it up from there.
or what I'll do next time, I'll cut a little bit part.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, no response. See, theory is given more importance because theory is the output of lot many researchers put in together. And when you are collecting data, it is just one of the researchers, one of the research. So that way, if we see output of many researchers has more weightage because that is more generalizable, while your data is not so generalizable. So that is why in paradigm pragmatism, it is always taken always taken into consideration that theory has more importance and your data should go in line with the theory. Next is synergistic approaches. Now, iterative integration of qualitative and quantitative data. Iterative here means that once you have collected qualitative data and quantitative data and you have worked on that and certain things are aligning, certain things are not aligning, then whatever things are not aligning, go back to the market, go back to the respondent and talk about that once again. Okay, so keep on doing this iteration like, we do in this one. I think in EFA we do iteration. Yes, we keep on doing iteration. Iteration means repetition of the process. So keep on doing repetition of the process till we get, this synergy into place, till both quantitative and qualitative or maybe different sources of data are talking about the same thing. Like just in case of that example which I gave you, lesser footfall, and then you have gone back to the that particular restaurant owner, and then you tell him, sir, if it is about profitability, we will try to take certain measure wherein your profitability is going to be maintained, or whatever your steps you are taking, you just tell about those steps to that person, so your profitability will be maintained with lesser number of footfall. Are you fine with this now? So this is what is called, you need to create a synergy, okay, in line with each other. Last one is explicit design justification. Clearly articulate the rationale of mixed method and integration strategies. Just because I have said that 70% of the researchers do not use mixed method research, then please, in lieu of a desperation to get published, do not use triangulation. Give a proper rationale and justification for using the triangulation, point number one. Point number two, using that particular type of triangulation. Okay, it is not just about using the triangulation. What type of triangulation are you using there? So methodological innovation in triangulation is advanced, particularly through real-time data integration and participatory approaches. However, complexity and the need of methodological clarity is something which is highly challenging, and we need to do this. Now, this is something which I have, done particularly for this lecture. I conducted a small search on Scopus database, and I used research string triangulation in tourism research. And this is the output which I have got. in time, they themselves, that AI on Scopus database itself has prepared this, this heading and everything which I'm telling you. Now, time period, primarily 2000 to 2003, means primarily triangulation used in research started from 2000 primarily. It's not like it was not existing. And 2023, most of the researches were done with emphasis on recent methodological and technological advances. Okay. Now, which are the disciplines which have used triangulation? Tourism geography, hospitality, mountain and coastal tourism, tourism marketing, and interdisciplinary tourism studies. Okay. These are the disciplines which have used triangulated researches. What are the methods which have been used for triangulation? Qualitative, quantitative, mixed method, big data analytics, AI-based geospatial analysis, and particularly participatory approaches. Now, what are the assumptions which are there and what are the limitations which were there? Assumptions were the review assumes that triangulation is universally beneficial for enhancing research validity and that its underutilization is a methodological gap. Okay? And limitations were the field is rapidly evolving, especially regarding digital and AI-based methods. Some recent innovations may not yet be widely adopted or evaluated. Institutional and educational barriers are context dependent and may vary in region and academic tradition. Actually, in between, I have run very fast, so I have, could not explain you all these things which I have put it in the limitation. Actually, when it is talking about that academic contextual dependent and educational barrier, what happened in case of triangulation, there are very clear indication that certain researchers are using triangulation as a methodology and in certain institutes, and in certain institutes researchers are not using. So this is clearly an educational barrier, an institutional barrier, where actually some institutes are providing that kind of trainings and exposure and all those resources which are required for using triangulation, and some other institutions are not providing those kind of resources. And AI has become a very prominent, when we talk about actually triangulation comes basically on big data. So it becomes very difficult for a researcher or set of researchers to actually do triangulation. So here, because of this only, most of the researchers have not used triangulation. But ever since the AI has evolved, sorry, AI has come up as a solution to be used to do the triangulation. Okay. So what are the suggested further researches? Now, broader adoption and methodological standardization of triangulation, especially in digital and interdisciplinary context, integration of big data and AI with traditional triangulation framework, addressing institutional and educational barriers through curriculum reform and research findings incentives. That's the same institutional barrier which I was talking about. There is to be incentive, there is to be training opportunities provided to the teachers or researchers and students so that they can do better research using triangulation, because triangulation is not just about money and resources. Triangulation is also about that kind of expertise. Expertise requires training. Okay, so application of triangulation in underexplored areas such as inclusive tourism, ethnography, and geospatial analytics. So if you want to do, a research using triangulation, try to do it in inclusive tourism, ethnography, and geospatial analytics. Now, to summarize this entire lecture, I can say that triangulation in tourism research involves using multiple methods, data sources, investigators, or theoretical perspectives to enhance the credibility and depth of the research findings. While its benefits in improving validity and trustworthiness are well recognized, its practical application remains limited, with a significant portion of the studies relying solely on the single data collection methods. Triangulation is both a response to and a tool for managing the complexity of the tourism research. Its adoption is essential for advancing methodological rigor and producing more reliable, nuanced, insights into the tourism phenomena. Efforts to integrate triangulation, especially using mixed methods and advanced techniques like AI-based geospatial analysis, are emerging. Though challenges related to methodological complexity, data integration, and institutional barriers still persist. With this, I would like to end this lecture over here. If you have any question, please you may ask. In between, I have ran like anything. I just wish I could make those points clear to the participants.
What we can understand from this is this entire thing cannot be studied in one lecture. So it has to, this is, you are talking about the theoretical part and the practical. I think it will be a 5-hour exercise to understand what triangulation basically is.
Yes,
this is
sir.
what my understanding is about
Yes, sir.
triangulation.
Yes, sir. Agree. Totally agree.
We are open for
could
some,
not.
we can take few questions, ma'am, if there are any.
Sir, I used AI also in that. I wanted to take this lecture a little more slower because slowly, I was taking these participants to the use of AI for triangulation.
And now
But
I can
time
understand
was
now
very limited.
one slide cannot be covered in even 10 minutes. We need more time to actually work on a particular slide for this particular lecture.
Yes, sir. And my throat was also, started giving reply in 2.5 hours.
So we can take 1 or 2 questions from the participants if there are any.
Should I stop sharing, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Or there may be a question by the respondent for a particular slide.
We can take 2 questions if there are any.
Participants, kindly unmute yourself and ask questions if you have any query related to this triangulation.
This actually also entices us to go to this area and find out more papers on this particular area so we can understand the intricacies of triangulation in research.
Yes, sir.
I think there was one hand raised.
Yes.
Somebody raised the hand, I think.
I think it was Sujoy.
I think you see. Dr. Sujay Singh.
Good evening.
Yeah, Dr.
Good evening,
Sujay.
Sujoy.
Yeah.
How are you?
Good evening, ma'am. I'm fine. Ma'am, I just had a small query. Ma'am, actually, in my thesis work, ma'am, as you have already seen that, I worked on sequential explanatory triangulation, ma'am. And ma'am, I worked on sequential explanatory triangulation over concurrent triangulation, ma'am, because due to larger data size and involving serial mediation, ma'am. So, ma'am, I just wanted to, ma'am, using sequential explanatory, and ma'am, my fellow colleague like Naresh Tawar, he used sequential exploratory, like call before call. In my case, it was call before call. So, ma'am,
What did you say? What was the last sentence?
Ma'am, actually, in explanatory, I used quantitative followed by the qualitative. And in the exploratory, we used qualitative before quantitative, ma'am. So, ma'am, using these methods explicitly, ma'am, ma'am, how can we give them edge over the concurrent triangulation, ma'am? Like
it totally depends. What is your research objective, Sujoy? See,
yes,
whenever we talk about research, there is nothing which is going to be a blueprint which is going to justify for both of these. One of you have used qualitative first, then comes the quantitative. Another one has used quantitative, then comes the qualitative. It totally depends what is your research objective. What was your research objective, Sujoy, which you have solved? In your case, qualitative first or quantitative first?
Ma'am, in my case, it was quantitative first because I wanted to understand the perspective of the stakeholder in accommodation industry and what are the differences in perceived service quality. So, ma'am, that is why I used. Yes, ma'am.
No. Whose perspective? You were saying perspective of, I could not listen the word.
And perspective of perceived service quality among accommodation stakeholders. So, ma'am, in this we used quant data. And after using the quant data, we got some significant differences. And based on that, we conducted the interview in the latter part of the research, ma'am. So we use sequential explanatory, ma'am.
Who was the respondent for this qualitative?
Ma'am, when the stakeholders, guests, manager, and employees, ma'am. The guest, management, and employees.
Okay, now I remember your thesis. Yes, absolutely correct.
Yes, ma'am.
So you were finding out the gap between the suppliers, what suppliers are supplying in hospitality industry and what your respondents are expecting. So expectation has to come first because this is how the market is like. When you talk about marketing, it has to be from the perspective of the expectation. Expectation comes first. So you, in your condition, quantitative has to come first before qualitative. I think you got confused because I said because theory and data, in that case, theory is more important. But here, when we talk about there is no theory, I think you might have used gap model.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And the gap model between perceived and expectations.
And you might have found out actually existing on that model.
Yes, ma'am. We used and validated the model, ma'am. That loss save model, ma'am.
Yes, yes. This is how it has to be. Yes, 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 yes. It is on perception. So it has to come from the clientele first, and your clientele was there, this guest. So it has to be quant first. But you know one thing, it is not about quantitative and qualitative. What if you collect the perception of your guest through qualitative data and not through quantitative data? Still, you might have worked on the same model. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am. Exactly.
And still, it would have been a triangulation.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, it was a data triangulation in my thesis work. That's why. Because when
Yes.
my
No, but it was not about quant and qual. Even if you
Yes,
collect data through quality and quality, still it would have been a triangulation only.
Yes, ma'am. It is. It is. Yes, ma'am. And ma'am, that's why I utilized data triangulation in my thesis work. And then that's why I wanted to consider. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the thank you for answering my query. Thank you.
Nice talking to you, Sujay.
We'll take one last question and then we'll wind up. If there are any, I think it's so mind-boggling. This they might be thinking what actually triangulation is. It's so
Actually, towards the last 1 hour, it was full speed. I just wish they could make out some sense of my full speed. That's it.
Because of the technicality of this, we need a lot of practice on this to make it actually happen.
I think one more hand.
Shilpi.
Shilpi,
Yes,
Shilpi, yeah.
Ma'am, please
Last question from
unmute
Shilpi.
yourself when I ask the question.
So my question is, ma'am, can we use SEM analysis and systematic dynamic analysis in one particular paper? Because SEM analysis will give us the statistical relationship of the variables, and SD will give us the dynamic and causal understanding. So here, as you have told us about the hybrid approach, hybrid methodological approach. So is this fit in that area?
Ma'am, what is your research objective?
Ma'am, actually, I am just a budding researcher, so I'm just exploring the methodological things and all.
Ma'am, you need to give, see, if you remember, I said this thing, you need to give a justification for using the triangulation.
Right.
So only your research objective will say whether these two methodology can be merged to solve that single research problem or not.
Okay, okay.
So research, you have to draft your, see, you cannot work on research methods without drafting your research objective. Research method will come from, or which test to apply will come from research objective only.
Okay, okay, ma'am. So after, okay, ma'am, I got my answer. I should have to fix the research objective first.
I hope
Then
you
have to
understood
think
the flow.
about
Yeah, the flow has to be understood.
Yes, yes, yes. I got it. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
So Shubhashri, you can just propose the vote of thanks, sir.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Ma'am, it was a wonderful session, but the technical terms, I am also just learning things. So it was a wonderful opportunity for me to have a session with you. So it was a learning experience. And ma'am, on the behalf of Amity Institute of Travel Tourism, Amity University, Mumbai, and all the participants attending FDP program, I sincerely thank you for this insightful session on this illustration upon triangulation method and your explanation of triangulation, how validity, how combining the methodology, tools, interpretation, and it was really some it was not connect. I mean it need more time for a single topic which you was discussing, and means it was much appreciative how you have made us understood. Still, it needs time to get into the depth of that. So thank you behalf of everyone, and also thanking IT team for your spontaneous support and coordination of the entire session. Lastly, thanking my HOI Dr. Vivek Datta for giving us this opportunity for such this innovative FDP and higher impact upon research. Thank you, sir.
I request all the participants can just put your cameras on so that we will have a group photo for this session. I request participants kindly put your cameras on so that we will have a group photo for this session.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this wonderful session. It was totally brilliant. Huh? We
Thank
could
you, sir.
learn so many new things, new terms.
And ma'am, we are doing means my Vivek sir, we are doing upon my domain is tea tourism. Okay, so we are working upon qualitative research only, and triangulation method. As you said, now we will try to implicate that part in our paper. So we will get in touch with you with any further discussion.
Most welcome, most welcome, most welcome.
That we have already discussed with ma'am, that how we can take the project further to a next level.
Yeah, most welcome.
Yeah, it's done from my side. I click the photos for this session. Thank you everyone for your kind support and active participation. See you tomorrow morning by 10 a.m.
Thank you so much,
Sir,
ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Sir,
Thank
shall
you,
I
Dr.
close the event
Thank
now?
you,
Yes,
Subhashi
yes, please.
ma'am, Baba Sahib sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Where do I leave?